Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair and Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
John, your
What you talking about, fool? Get your microphone out of my face, Mean Gene. I'm getting ready for this fight. We're watching classic Saturday night's main event.
So,
on Peacock.
We're not watching John.
To flashback from the earlier crossover, we turned on John's Peacock, which is hooked up in our studio, to watch Big East Media Days.
How many things can we upload on John's Peacock?
Only a couple, but
My Peacock can handle a lot.
then we went back
You
to
sing that voice.
the rest of the Peacock,
That's Mr. T.
and there's a lot of wrestling.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
there is
Isn't that one of the best parts of being a subscriber if you love wrestling is all of the wrestling?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
all there.
Because they got all the WWE Network stuff, right?
This is it
it
right
took over
here.
it?
Saturday night's main event
That is
from
pretty
March
cool.
of 1986.
If I loved wrestling, man, I don't think I'd ever leave this app.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's got all the
Magnificent
wrestling.
Morocco.
There's
This
the
is
Hulkster.
great.
Why
Oh,
the fact
this
that there
is great.
isn't like an NFL version of this where I can just open up an
Well,
app
it's
and
NFL
watch?
Plus.
Do they have all old
They have
games?
all the games?
I don't know.
That's what I want.
They
I
have-
want
they have-
every
they
game.
have some old stuff
I
on
want
there.
every game.
They have some old stuff on there. I don't know how
every
much of
joy.
the old stuff
Look
they
at
have
Vince
on there.
McMahon.
MLB TV doesn't even go back that far.
No.
I
no.
wish they would.
They have a.
There's
they-
a lot of stuff on YouTube, though.
Oh, there's a lot of
and
stuff
you
on
want to
YouTube.
watch old games.
There are stuff on
There's
YouTube,
a ton
that's
of
true.
old NFL games on YouTube.
I watched the Rockies' first ever game against the Mets.
That is sicko.
That was fun.
Yeah, there's
They
a lot of
lost.
old stuff on YouTube.
I watched a majority of the first baseball game I ever went to at Shea Stadium in
Oh, you
1994. Yeah, on YouTube. It was just on YouTube.
Wow.
I should search to
I
see
can
if
watch
my
my
first
first
Cubs
baseball
game
game.
is on there somewhere.
Oh
I
man.
gotta look that
I
up.
wonder if the first NFL game that I ever went to was 2005 Broncos Raiders. It was a horrible game.
I'm
Not
sure it's
very
on
memorable. Let's see.
there.
There's
Some random call.
Did they ever play UNO football anywhere?
What do you mean?
Was it on any?
It was
kind
on
of
local
channel?
TV.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
wonder if I could find that back
actually,
somewhere.
there's a famous
there it
game
is.
because we see Coach Buddha up all the time,
All the time.
in the press box at the Chuck. They had a game on ABC.
Who did?
UNO football.
It was regional, right? So instead of having a national game at 2:30, it was like a regional game at 1:00. So you had like 4 different games, and the regional game here was, I can't remember who they played, but it was UNO versus somebody, and Coach Buddha wore a tux on the sidelines.
Because they were
Wow.
on
Yeah.
television.
That's awesome.
Because it was a
Incredible.
big deal. They were on TV, and I think they were on TV at least a couple of times.
I wonder if those are
ABC.
archived anywhere. I could find my very first college football
God,
game.
There's a whole bunch of old Creighton games, that
Yeah.
our friends at White and Blue Review have done a good job.
I was
of
going to say every
archiving.
time they do
Yeah.
you do a preview article, it's like, hey, on this date in 2004,
Yeah.
the Jays played such.
But a
and
lot of
such.
those are like local KMTV broadcasts, and like it's the really early days of the new building downtown, or even the Civic games. I don't even know, because most of that started probably right around when they built the new building. They started putting them on TV.
The Channel 3
the Cam
deal.
TV.
Yeah, I think, but there's some NET stuff. There's actually a very famous game when they beat Larry Bird in '78. That was on NBC. That game is on YouTube somewhere.
Okay.
So there's a lot.
There's a few outliers.
Yeah, there's a few good stuff.
My first game,
Oh, Roddy.
my first Nebraska game was against Akron in 1997.
Wow.
Sadly, there's not a full version of it, but there is the highlight of whatever the highlight tape was called for 1997. Because I watched this exact video.
Oh, it was probably.
I loved this video.
The
so
order
much.
is restored.
I loved those videos,
Actually,
man.
the order is restored.
Mike
'cause it was the
Elliott.
third.
with the Mike Elliott voice. In the
No,
background?
this would have been Rick Schwieger, aka Rick Allen.
Oh,
that's Rick Allen.
it is.
That's
yeah.
Rick Allen. 1997,
Oh man,
Husker football. Order restored.
I love those
restored.
That's
videos,
a pretty
man.
good impression, John.
Well, the one for 1994 is fourth straight Big 8, and he talks about the big screen, and it's like showing the guy, and then it's like, but look, he's also on the big screen.
It's basically NFL films.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Those
Huskers.
highlight videos were awesome,
They're so
man. I've always wondered if Nebraska got good again, would they make another one of those
A
highlight?
DVD?
Yeah, but it'd just be like a highlight YouTube, right? It'd be like, here's an hour and a half.
Well, it'd be called
Oh,
Chasing Something.
Yeah.
Chasing 49.
Yeah, indeed it would.
Those memes have been going around this week.
The
and-
Chasing 49.
Yes.
Tough times.
Oh, God, please.
I wonder who
no.
owns that podcast. They're
Oopsie.
going to be pissed. Chasing 49. You
Yeah,
have Chasing
I get
3.
it. I get it, Nick. There's
Maybe
somebody.
this is your end to finally get the rights to Chasing 3.
It's not a bad idea.
Maybe they don't
They
want it
have to
anymore.
change theirs to Chasing 49. It's like WWF going to WWE.
I don't hate that idea.
Isn't Chasing 49 just Chasing 50?
Nice, because 49 is 50. Happer has tried to tell you for years. Shout out to GBR Videos because they have uploaded the 1997 highlight video for every game, but like from that highlight tape that I used to
Okay.
own.
Yeah, that's awesome.
God, that is so good,
Yeah.
man.
I'm sure the Husker Vision people have like all of the tunnel walks archived
Oh yeah.
from the years. Like there needs to be a library of this. There needs to be a whole index.
When I worked for Husker Vision in college, it was at the point when they were still moving everything from tape to digital. It's like that was something that probably someone like me, some intern, had to do.
Yeah.
Was like you just put it in and you upload it to
That's
digital.
like years and years of work.
Oh my gosh! Like I went into the tape room one time and it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy.
Apparently, there's like a ton of, because they used to film every game. And apparently there's a lot of that old film from like the 50s, 40s, 50s,
I think
and
it's
60s.
underneath in West Stadium somewhere. Is where it
That
was
has
when
not
I
been
was
digitized.
Really?
That's just, it's
Wow.
still just the film.
That's amazing.
I love seeing old things that have been digitized and uploaded. Like I've seen clips from early 1900s baseball,
Mhm.
just tiny clips.
Yeah.
But you could tell that's
That's film.
baseball in the early 1900s.
It is indeed. Indeed it was.
Indeed it was.
Hmm.
Indeed it was.
Wish we had full games though.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do.
So that John, can you tell us by the way what's about to happen here?
Well,
on-
this Roddy Piper is with boxing Bob Orton, aka Cowboy Bob Orton,
Mm.
father of Randy Orton.
Oh, Randy. Hello,
Um,
Randy.
fighting Mr. T
Oily
in a
Randy.
boxing match, and this
Oily
is
Randy.
going to set up the Roddy Piper versus Mr. T boxing event
Whoa,
at,
spoiler alert.
at WrestleMania, because as you will see, there'll be some shenanigans that ensue.
Classic.
I mean, look at Mr. T. He's wearing the Hulkamania hat,
Did Mr. T do
classic
this?
'80s hat, that painter's cap.
Who's that? Why does that guy's shirt say Hot Ron?
That's
That's
Roddy
Roddy Piper.
Oh.
Hot Rod.
Oh, Hot Ron.
That's Roddy Piper.
It'd be great if you had a shirt that said Hot Ron.
R.I.P. He's dead,
They
right?
printed it
Yeah,
wrong.
sadly
And then
he is dead.
Ronda Rousey went to him and she's like, "Hey,
It
can
looks
I
like a
use that
Flash
t-shirt?"
Gordon shirt.
It does.
It does. It does. It was a very popular.
Why
shirt.
the kilt? Why the t-shirt?
Because
and
he's
the
from
kilt?
Scottish.
Oh,
He's
he's from
I'm
Scottish.
sorry, he's from
He's from
Canada,
Scotland.
but because he is Scottish, they promoted him from
Oh, it's-
Scotland.
Oh,
and so,
sorry.
of course, the big thing was the good guys would get heat by saying real men don't wear skirts, and so
Ah.
it'd get him fired up. And
Nice.
They already
Oh, they're boxing?
They already
Yeah,
distracted
John's
the
been saying
official.
yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Did
I was watching the highlight video from 1997 Missouri.
nice? Did Mr. T do this before or after A Team? Was this pre-A-Team?
this was late A Team.
Okay.
Like A Team was about ready to go bye bye.
So was he an actor first or a wrestler first?
Yeah.
He was he was a bouncer.
I mean, this is
And
from
there
what,
was-
86?
This is 86.
He was in Rocky 3 already.
He had
right?
been in Rocky 3.
Yeah.
He was a bouncer, and then there was some kind of a show on network TV. It's like World's Toughest Man, some kind of tough man competition.
Like Kimbo Slice.
Wow.
Kind of. And,
R.I.P.
and he won it. And of course, because he had the mohawk and he had all the chains and he had the personality, he blew up into this star, and then he got into Rocky 3 and then the
Oh,
A Team.
He was like the proto Hawk Tua.
He really was. I mean,
What?
I mean, today he would have been, just 15 minutes of fame, but back then, he blew up into a network TV star.
Heart failure for Kimbo Slice.
Yeah, it was
2016.
Yeah,
Congestive heart
he
failure.
was he was on
42.
World Star, right? That was his deal.
Is that what his bit was?
Oh, World Star?
Yeah, he was like the first World Star guy. He was like knocking
Yeah.
people out on World
Oh,
Star.
Josh, you weren't here for this. We had a fun new game last week
Oh?
where we named a person and we tried to guess how long ago they died.
Oh,
or
that's
what
a
years they
fun
died.
game.
Yeah, I totally biffed on Larry King.
John always
John thought Larry King was alive when Nebraska. What was it?
No, he definitely died.
And,
No, but I had Larry King dying like only 2 years ago, and
Yeah.
it was like 4 years
John
ago.
was
or 5
defaulting
years
to
ago.
everyone dying in 2022 for
Yeah.
some reason.
Yeah. Well,
I
people
thought
did die.
because I could have swore Larry King was sitting still behind those seats at Dodger Stadium like 2 years ago.
No, there was a. I remember when he passed away because there was a lot of the funny clips that got aired, like the one where he's talking to Jerry Seinfeld, and he's like, "So they canceled your show?" And he's like,
yeah, no,
"Larry, no,
they didn't cancel me.
they were gonna pay me $5 million an episode."
How is it being canceled?
Yeah. I didn't realize because I never watched Larry King, but apparently his bit was like he just wouldn't do any research or prep on his guests and just start asking questions. And
Yeah.
like that was
Hell yeah.
that's awesome.
It's a good bit.
I work so hard on all of my interviews and him not so much.
He got
So
paid
what?
so much
What are you
money.
again?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Kimbo Slice, that reminds me when
RIP.
Nebraska they had a regional in Lincoln in 06, I think it was. And we did the camper remote. So KLIN, we got an RV and we parked it outside. So basically right behind the playground.
Yeah.
In the parking lot. And we had a big screen and we had a big grill and we cooked like Wahoo wieners and so we invited all the press folks over, and Nebraska played that night against, can't remember who it was, but they got beat. And folks were kind of bummed out, but we were still having our cookout after the game.
Nice.
And the Kimbo Slice, that was back when CBS had the Bellator
I remember.
Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
on Saturday nights.
Yep.
And Kimbo Slice
Whoa,
was
it's
fighting the
Saturday
other
night.
dude, and that's the night where his ear got punched off,
Oh,
basically.
yeah.
And we're all sitting out there. We got like whole kinds of people, sitting out there watching this match, eating hot dogs, drinking beer.
What a time.
It was a blast.
After Nebraska baseball played in
After
a
they
regional.
lost. I mean, but
classic.
it made up for the loss.
Wow.
That's awesome.
I didn't
That's
know
my
that
bet.
about Mr. T. Because
Yeah.
he's always just kind of been around, but I didn't know how he.
Was that the year they went
Came.
2-Q in their own regional?
Yes.
Like Manhattan?
08?
Was it like
08?
Manhattan?
Is that 08 or 06?
No, that was a different year.
That's
they may
06.
have gone. I think they went 1-2. They went 1-2 because they were playing the Saturday night game. So they won on Friday, and they lost on Saturday, and then they lost on
The
Sunday.
Manhattan year was 96, right, John? That team
No,
had
no.
like.
No. Oh,
Manhattan was like
Oh, I thought that was the 06 team.
Manhattan was
wasn't a
either
year.
6 or 7.
Wasn't the
This
year
might have been
after they
08.
Went to the World Series.
Are you sure? I thought the 06 team
Check it out.
fell up. I'm looking it up. I thought that team like was good, and then they just kept losing and losing and losing and losing and losing, and then they got
No,
into
they
the
had
tournament.
they had a
06. They lost 4-1 to Manhattan and 5-1 to San Francisco.
San Francisco?
yeah.
Oh,
So
So
they
this
went
would have been
2-Q.
08. I bet 08 was the year I'm thinking.
that you're
of.
thinking of, yeah.
08
Because
or
that
09.
2006 team, didn't they have like a lot of the same play? Like
Yeah, a lot
Java
of
was
them were
still
back.
on the roster.
Yeah.
Who was the good
They had-
pitcher that was on that team? The other good pitcher.
Probably
wasn't
Zach Kroenke.
Yeah,
He might have
Zach
still been there.
Kroenke
Yeah.
was there.
it? And they just, not
Yeah.
great.
See,
Mike
shenanigans.
freaking Anderson.
See, Roddy Piper getting
What's that place
involved.
with all the goofy on the walls?
Shenanigans.
Oh.
All right, so Star Wars freaks.
Topic alert.
I got one for you guys.
Topic alert.
Oh, this is an email you're supposed to read.
It was. So this is from the I Have an Opinion segment from earlier.
What a great
Mhm.
segment.
Subject line from Mike. I have an opinion. I did not have any comment on this because this is all gibberish to me.
Okay.
Yoda was a coward and should have confronted the Emperor himself instead of spending a day or two at best training Luke to fight the two most powerful Force users in the galaxy.
Yoda did confront the Emperor, and then he lost. That's why he went in there. And then, you mean
But Nick, he's saying that he should have confronted him again.
when he was old as hell and decrepit?
Yeah, he
Yoda could not fight. He,
he-
was not in fighting
he
condition.
realized that he wasn't strong enough. That's why he basically
run to Dagobah.
that's
Run to
basically
Dagobah.
why he got counted out of the ring against the Emperor. And
Oh, yeah.
Also, he lost his
and Sith.
lightsaber. He just never got that back.
He could
Yeah.
probably build another one. He's a freaking Jedi.
Besides, they knew that
Jedi
Luke was the most powerful Jedi, and so it was about he was their only hope.
Did you know that Yoda actually wanted to train Leia, and then Obi-Wan is like, "Nah, Luke."
Where's that from?
One of those side stories that Michael was talking about,
You know,
their official stories.
It's good to see that toxic masculinity also exists in a galaxy far, far away.
Nice.
So that was unclear. Did you guys like that opinion? Or is
No,
a
it's
bad
a wrong
opinion.
opinion. It's a
Bad
bad
opinion.
opinion.
yeah.
Yoda is not a coward.
He's
No,
not a
he's
coward.
just old.
I mean, Luke was the best. I mean, it's like, why should it's like, why should Boxing Bob face Mr. T when it could have been, oh man, and now they're beating Mr. T.
He whipped him.
Oh yeah, well,
Yikes. That does not age well.
This is 80s wrestling, friends.
Yikes.
You're
Don't
allowed
worry,
to
the
do
Hulk-
that still.
Don't worry, don't worry, the
Yikes.
Hulkster's coming.
No, yeah, he won't have any bad words to say.
Yeah, it does hit differently, doesn't it?
It does a little bit.
It does hit differently.
Hurt
now.
Husker fan says Yoda was a coward for sure. Also, question: Yoda was 900 when he died, which means he was 880 to 870 in the fight scene. How did he rapidly age so fast?
You
there
live
at
in a
the end?
swamp for 20 years and see what that
Maybe he
does
shouldn't
to
have
you.
run to Dagobah. Maybe he should have gone to a bustling city. He should have been a
Well,
city
he would
slicker.
have gotten captured. He went to
Oh.
Dagobah because it was in the middle of nowhere.
Mm.
Yeah, and his presence couldn't be detected.
Yoda and all of the Jedi's bigger issue is that they were idiots the entire
They
lead
were
up
they were manipulated. That was the whole point.
because they were idiots.
They were pretty
The
dumb.
Jedi suck.
yeah, no,
They-
the Jedi they do suck.
Yeah.
They were manipulated. They were
Yeah.
too proud of their abilities and their capabilities.
They're also like,
kinda
man,
set in their ways.
they're like, this Darth Vader guy, this Anakin guy is probably going to be really bad. And then one person's like, I don't think so. And they're like, all right, I guess we can let him train him. And then what did he do? He took them all down. He killed the younglings.
Yeah, but that same idiot was the guy who had the Emperor on the ropes and then just got into a random debate with Anakin.
Debate me.
And
He
then
did.
got his hands cut off and got thrown out the
I
window.
don't think there was
Mace
anything.
Windu.
The worst Jedi of them all.
I don't think there was anything
Yeah,
else they
let's-
could have done with Anakin.
Let's
could've
not
just killed him.
Let's not let this Yoda,
Killed the kid.
this anti-Yoda spiel detract from the real fact that Mace Windu is indeed the worst Jedi of all time.
Yeah,
How many Jedis are there?
There were many.
there were.
Now there are none. Or
No,
there
there's a few. There's some
Well.
that survived. There's smatterings.
Dave Fight says, dumb debate. Which would you rather listen to, Star Wars talk or fantasy football?
I will admit that I asked the question and I zoned out immediately.
Yeah, why did you ask the question then?
Because
because it
we
was
decided it'd be good to bring up. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Hmm.
It's okay. I could use a couple minutes off. People don't like to hear me all that much.
I love hearing you, Happer.
Yeah, you got a good voice. You got a nice voice to hear.
Wow,
you.
look at that.
Thank you.
Well, get ready because you're going to hear a lot of Connor Happer in a few weeks
Oh,
outside of his normal window.
oh,
Yeah, that's what they say, at least. I don't
Really?
know. Yeah.
window boy.
Yeah.
More work for me?
More work for you.
Jeez.
Yeah.
What did he do to deserve this?
I don't know.
November is a busy month, Josh.
It's very
Many
busy.
events.
Right, you got
Oh.
Thanksgiving. I'm excited for the turkey.
Yeah. It will
Thanksgiving
be.
will be an interesting day this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, it will.
I'll be landing in Denver, Colorado at some point in time. Thanksgiving. My grandparents live there.
Oh,
Why do you sound sad about it?
I'm not. He gave the look of, ugh.
I don't want to go to Denver on Thanksgiving.
You don't want to visit with your family?
I love my family.
Okay,
wanna
interesting.
go
Are
to
you gonna
Denver.
do Christmas also since your
No,
grandparents? are
Nick,
there?
we're not doing Christmas.
That's a great question, actually.
No, it is not.
No, they're not doing Christmas, Nick. They're doing Easter.
Oh,
Wow, this
that's
is
right.
unreal.
Nice.
With-
That's a good
with-
idea.
With
Do
a
Easter.
sidebar of St. Patrick's
Just
Day.
circle
Video.
around.
That's a video idea.
Just circle around and do Thanksgiving
Easter.
twice.
At the table.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Give your phone to somebody. That's a zone idea. Right
Done.
there. Content.
Great idea.
Look at us,
Just
director of
circle
video.
around and do Thanksgiving twice, so you don't have to do it next year.
By the way, Josh,
Wow.
are you excited for our Thanksgiving video to come out on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah.
Yeah, because every now and then I will open up my on TweetDeck, which
Old
I still
TweetDeck.
have,
Old TweetDeck. People
and
forget about it.
and I
Old
open
TweetDeck.
up the schedule tweets because I just want to make sure that I put out my thing correctly. But because I have access to the Zone and Unsportsmanlike Conduct,
It's there.
I get to see all of the other things, including a Thanksgiving one. And also, I have one scheduled for Wednesday, January 1st at 2:13 p.m. that I have continually thought, why do I have that one there?
What does it say?
It's going to make people really mad. What happens sometimes in the cold, cold months? And what do I sometimes proclaim is finished, over,
Yikes.
done?
On January 1st?
I don't know. I wonder if I was inebriated when I scheduled this tweet for 2:13 p.m. that says the snow's done, folks.
Dear
You
God.
idiot.
Dear God. The
God.
snow might not have even started. by
Yeah.
That's true. I think I'm going to leave it there.
Ugh.
now. The snow is
You
done.
will never learn your lesson.
Yeah, but I can see the Zone tweets about tomorrow night's game. There it is.
Yep.
Week
Football.
8 is on the air.
Are we done with past Jack tweets? Have we gotten through all of
No.
those? 'Cause
Oh,
I
they
love
never
those.
end.
Dude, he has those going out, I think, into like the 2030s.
Those make me so happy every time I see one.
Hey, it's Jack from the past here.
Man,
It's pretty funny.
It's cold as balls.
Such a good bit.
It is pretty funny.
I mean, if you have the time, I guess. You have the time.
Mhm.
Oh, look, there's my guy right there.
King Kong Bundy.
Look at that guy. He's so big and bald.
Big
What was
man.
his bit?
He's big
That
and
he's
bald.
big.
Mm.
See, in the previous Saturday night's main event, he crushed Hulk Hogan's ribs, which set up their cage match at
Oh, wow.
WrestleMania 2.
He's basically the precursor to like Big Show. He kind of looks like Big Show. He kind of looks like
Big Show still alive?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Big Show.
Yes, Big Show's still alive. Did you know that
If
Big
he's
Show
not, don't
played
tell us, we'll
basketball at
guess.
Wichita State?
I think
Wow.
I have heard that before.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's a former shocker.
Was he on the
Was he
same
good?
team as Ron Baker and Clay Anthony Early?
No, he was
No.
not.
What were
was
Big
his
Show
name?
stats, John?
Fred
he
Van
didn't.
Vliet.
He didn't play much.
I was going to ask what his name was in WCW, but it was the Giant.
Yeah,
I've
he was
already-
the Giant. Then
I
he
remember
became the Big Show.
because I remember when he left. I remember when he left WCW. A comment coming in. Comment alert from Jeremiah. While we have some downtime, where do I find you guys out on Friday? What a great question.
That is a great question.
We will be at Roncalli,
Omaha Roncalli, about
Oh.
60th and
Sorensen Parkway.
Sorensen Parkway.
Best
We're going to be
concession
at the
stand.
concession stand at the football stadium.
What's the weather look like?
Beautiful.
Good question.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even look.
Last time I went to Roncalli with you guys, it was miserable.
Yeah, we needed blankies.
Well, last time we went to Roncalli, things didn't go well.
That's
And-
true.
now
That
that-
was fake,
And then
though.
we had echo.
Oh, I
That
forgot
As
about
Josh was trying to talk from a remote
Trigger.
studio, and Connor was like, and then you guys kept just going, echo.
I got very angry and left.
that. Now it will not be as warm as we initially thought it would be. It will be mid 60s, which is great.
Oh,
It's
that's
fine.
beautiful.
Yeah. I think I will bring a coat though because we will be covered. And
I'll bring
once
a
the
jacket.
sun starts setting a little bit, it'll be a
And
little
Well,
will
we
bit-
should just do the show out on the Plastro turf because it's warmer on
There
that
you go.
side.
Oh, that's true with all the little rubber.
And will you actually be imbibing in the fried things?
Oh yeah, there's no races for me coming up, Happer.
There's no racist.
No
for you?
racist.
There is no races for me.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that is true, but also no races. I won't be. I mean, I'm running.
Last year was so sad.
I know
You were
everyone
just
was
sitting there
eating.
not eating stuff.
I know. That's why when they asked
John
us,
and I were enjoying it.
Mm.
but
It
you know
was
what?
delicious.
I'm not running a marathon next fall, so I'm gonna enjoy all of football season in 2025.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
Wonder who
awesome.
Nebraska's OC
Have you already
will
planned
be in
out where you're gonna eat?
2025. No, I'm not. I don't know the
Who will-
farthest meal
that
I
is
have
a good
planned
question. Who will Nebraska's OC be in 2025, and will Josh already want him fired too?
out. Probably not. Well, if they're a good coach, I won't.
Lincoln Riley.
I probably wouldn't want him fired.
You just give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, Lincoln Riley. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Just don't want him leading
If
my
Lincoln
program.
Riley is Nebraska's OC next fall, that would
Put it on
be-
the list.
That would be something.
He will
Put it on
not
the
be.
list.
He will not be the OC next fall.
Will he
wonder-
be fired at USC?
I wonder what would have happened if he got fired.
I don't think he'll be fired. It
I
wouldn't
don't
surprise
think
me if
he'll
he
be
left. But I just don't know where he'd go. Everyone's like, he's going to be the coach of the Cowboys. I don't think so.
Yeah, why would he do that when Bill Belichick's already going to be there?
I could definitely see him being the coach of the Cowboys, though.
That would be a bummer.
I could see that.
Dude, that'd be depressing.
It'd be a bummer because we'd lose him on the Manning cast.
Oh,
He's been-
Belichick. Oh, I wasn't
no,
saying
I
he'd
was
be a
talking about
bummer.
Lincoln Riley.
No,
Lincoln
I would
Riley.
talk myself into him, even though I don't think he'll be very good. I would talk myself into him. Greatest coach of all time? Sure.
Definitely.
Sign me up. Yeah, yeah, of course. Sign me up.
Greatest coach of all time for now.
For
Andy
now.
Reid is catching up.
Andy
with me.
Reid is still a coach.
He
That
is
true.
still a coach. It
Yeah.
makes you wonder how much longer, but he is
But
a
his
coach.
quarterback keeps throwing interceptions.
What's Mr. Fuji, John?
Mr. Fuji, that's Magnificent Morocco's manager. Apparently, he's got.
Is he a little sick? Does he have COVID?
Oh no, Hulk! Don't say that. You can't say that word.
I will say this: Hulk's outfit very good.
It's
Very.
it's a
the
great
Hulkamania
outfit.
is a really good outfit.
It was a great outfit. I mean, they sold a boatload of those shirts.
I got a text. Dan Mullen ? That would be interesting.
Dan Mullen OC.
I think he likes TV. I don't think he's stressed. He looks so happy. Have you ever seen a former coach so happy to be on television? That guy loves TV. He's like, look at me. I don't have to recruit. This
Yeah.
is great.
He just gets to sit there and make fun of Florida.
He does.
It's awesome.
He retweets things.
Yeah.
Hey, Florida was bad. Ha. Let me quote tweet that one. Interesting.
He's like, Florida and Mississippi State are playing each other today. Should be a good game. Ha
What is hurting Husker fans' issue?
What's going on?
He said, Jesus, people do not watch games. I'd be so upset if they hired Lincoln Riley as the offensive coordinator?
Yeah,
Would
Hurt
you
Husker fan just
not
wants to be
want
mad all
The
the
Lincoln
time.
man who makes quarterbacks?
Yeah. He just wants to be mad. Because her Husker fan apparently picked Nebraska to lose 52-14 on Saturday.
So
that's fine.
So we're offering you Lincoln Riley, offensive coordinator
Instead of
Nebraska, and
Satterfield.
your response is decline.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, he's only coached how many Heisman winners? How many first overall draft
Like
picks?
all of them.
Like,
Didn't
Exactly.
all of his former quarterbacks start this last weekend? Like
Yes.
Yeah,
literally
they did a graphic
everyone.
about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no. He's
No,
not good
we don't
enough.
want Nebraska's 5-star to have that kind of coaching.
Yeah,
No.
good lord. Oh, I didn't even think about that. You get to coach Dylan Raiola. Yeah, sign me up for that.
Yeah, I don't think
probably not gonna be
anybody
that.
would ever say no.
That's assuming Dylan
Sir.
hadn't left before Lincoln Riley was hired.
Here we go.
I saw Sipple was a little triggered when somebody mentioned that in the Husker Online chat today. Who is Dylan going to play
Oh,
for next year?
It is definitely starting to trickle.
Oh, yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
narrative is trickling. It's trickling out.
Well,
Uh-huh.
you knew
It's
that.
getting into the water supply.
To be fair, it began when he committed, but
Yes.
now it's ramping up.
Yeah.
It's very much ramping up.
But
Oh,
listen,
man.
this was going to happen.
so bad.
This was going to happen.
one of the
anyway.
worst days.
So
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not worried about Dylan leaving
Yeah,
Nebraska.
Put it on the list. Dylan Raiola
Sure.
won't leave Nebraska.
mayonnaise on your
He
face.
will not leave Nebraska.
Mayonnaise on your face
No.
and a MAGA hat.
I like how we just keep threatening each
You
other
just
with the
gotta
MAGA
keep
hat.
putting MAGA hats on people.
All right, I'm putting it on the list. John, this is your first list item of October.
Yeah.
We slowed down the list. We need to have a nice
Yeah.
We need
kick
to
to
pick
We
up
need
finish
to
the
start
the
making
year.
predictions.
All right, so
again.
what is this? Dylan Raiola will be on Nebraska's roster in 2025.
All right.
I like it.
Way to go, John.
I think I agree. I
don't think I'd be willing to put it on the list.
No, I wouldn't be
What?
willing to bet a MAGA hat for it.
I'm not betting a MAGA hat. I'm just saying it's on the list.
Okay.
Not every list item deserves a MAGA hat.
That's true.
Only
Interesting.
really crazy things
Like a bowl game?
like getting to a bowl game.
Interesting.
by
That
the
is
by
crazy.
ooh, I just realized
Tomato
something.
MAGA boy.
Oh, the game.
There is a potential. We're working on it right now. Where the UCLA game.
Not pretend. We know where we're going to be for the post game. We can announce that. He said we could announce it. Okay.
Let's tease it.
Okay. We're going to be somewhere.
We're going to be somewhere for Big Red Overreaction, and it could be very interesting because it will be when the realization hits, Josh, that the MAGA hat
yes,
either is
that I'm
happening
not worried.
or not happening.
I'm not worried
there's-
whatsoever.
There's still 3 games after that, but
3
they
whole
are hard.
games.
They are hard.
They are. Well, one of them's Lincoln Riley, who apparently is not good enough to be Nebraska's OC.
That's
so,
true.
Nebraska should win that one going away.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure Dylan's ankle. Can he plant on the ankle at any point in the last 5 games? If he can, then I feel better. If he can't,
You can't know that, Josh.
oh man, I wish I knew about that ankle. Plant.
I don't know if he can.
His passes are floating.
I
He's
don't-
pretty off.
Floated.
Floated.
It's like rookie of the year. Somebody make that a
John's
meme.
favorite movie.
I
Satterfield
hate that movie.
put Satterfield's face on his mom, and then Dylan Raiola is the pitcher.
Floated.
Because that's what his passes are doing right now. And then you could edit it together where he floats it, and then it's intercepted by the Indiana player and run back.
And
80
Hito
yards.
hits it out of the yard.
Yeah.
Bye. What does he say? See
He
ya.
does say that. We should do that for Movie Club. That's a great. Have
No,
you seen
that
Rookie of
is
the
a
Year?
I haven't.
Terrible movie.
It's the reason my middle brother's a Cubs fan.
That
it's
is
a
the
great
worst
movie.
reason to be a Cubs fan. There's so
It's
many
such
other
a good
reasons.
Say goodbye to mommy.
It's such a funny movie.
Is Rookie of the Year, is that the one that's out of all the baseball movies, the one that's probably the most accurate as far as how things are?
Well,
Hold
yes.
on.
Nick.
Hold
Yes,
on.
yes.
I love when Nick gets mad at a question that he's
Yes,
asking
No,
because of our
I'm not
reaction.
getting-
Absolutely. It's,
I'm getting
it's
mad.
so real. A teenage kid pitches.
Wait,
know,
do you know the plot of that movie?
He doesn't.
Do you want me to
Yes,
explain
a
to it?
Teenage kid, something happens with his arm, and he can
Mhm.
just
Okay, yeah.
chuck him.
Mhm.
But I thought
Chuck him.
I'm probably getting the Natural and Rookie of the Year mixed up with each other.
I don't know.
I
What are
think is
you?
what's happening? But out of baseball movies, one of them between those two are supposed to be like the best baseball movie as far as accuracy goes.
You're
Like,
thinking of
it
Bull.
ha-
He's thinking of Bull Durham.
It has the real teams.
He's thinking of Bull Durham. Bull Durham. A lot of people have said that was what minor league
Is,
baseball.
is
was
that
like.
what you mean
Yeah.
though? Like, it has the real, like the Cubs are in it.
Not
the-
like
they play
real-
the Mets.
Not like the real teams, but as far as because a lot of baseball movies, they'll cut to random scenes and stuff, and then they'll cut to the scoreboard. And it's like the second inning, but then it's the first inning, and then it's the ninth inning.
Oh, okay.
Stuff like that.
I've never seen a
Weird
movie like
editing.
that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I watched a guy on YouTube break down a bunch of baseball movies.
It follows it pretty good.
I might be
um,
thinking of Bull
Bull Durham is the movie that people who have played baseball say is the best representation of minor league baseball.
Yeah.
I didn't like Bull Durham, but I only saw it once, and I was like 16.
I think Bull
You
Durham's
didn't like
overrated.
Whoa.
Yeah, I found it boring. Now I was 16.
I don't care about Susan Sarandon though.
Well, I don't either, but it was still a good movie.
You love Susan Sarandon.
Dude,
John.
what
You
if
were
we
of
do a
certain
little?
age.
What if we do a little baseball flipperoo? You have to rewatch Rookie of the Year. I have to rewatch Bull Durham, and we come together and we break bread and we talk about it.
Break
We'll
bread?
save
Yeah.
it for the spring when it's
Save it for the
baseball
spring.
season.
I
Nick,
love
have you ever
baseball.
seen what's the movie about the twins? The kid who owns the twins.
Little Big League.
You ever
I
seen Little
have
Big
not,
League?
but I also
I
know
love
about
it.
that one.
You never seen Little Big League?
I've never seen
I
it.
love
Little Big League is good.
Yeah.
I pretty much after Rookie of the Year, it's like any movie involving kids and baseball and real baseball. I'm just like, get
Angels
it
in the
out of
outfield? Really?
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah, that movie's no good.
With that idiot Tony Danza, whose name is Tony because his name is Tony in
Mel
every-
Clark.
Tony.
Great
which
name.
is why he acted that whole movie confused. It was like, why are people calling me Mel? I don't understand.
I love how much you hate Tony Danza.
It's so funny
Because he
It's
was
a great
named Tony
bit.
in like one thing ever.
It's not so much I dislike him. It's just like he is the same in everything
You
he
do
is
freak out
in.
whenever you see Tony.
He's just a dunce. He is just a dunce.
All right, so let's find one more baseball movie. We can
Major
just do-
League.
Let's do baseball month. We did Major League, didn't we? Or maybe we didn't. Get out the list. Get the master list out.
Yeah, I guess I better.
Star Wars Fiend says Danny Glover as well. How dare you, John? Yeah, Danny Glover.
So
And the kid who became a movie star in some stuff. It was in 500 Days of Summer.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, great movie.
no.
What's his name? The actor? He's in that movie too.
Again, just because they're in it doesn't mean it's good.
I would say just because he's in it doesn't mean it's bad.
Fine, but I disagree.
I'm actually.
Now, I haven't seen this movie in quite some
Angels
time.
in
I
the
loved it as a
Outfield was-
We have
child.
not done Major League.
But I was also in a religious household, so I was like, God.
Angels in the Outfield was like basically made for me at the perfect time as a child.
Yeah.
And I didn't really like it that much.
Severe says, do 8 Men Out. That's a great movie. I've never seen 8 Men Out.
Do 61. We
That
love the
is
Yankees.
a great movie.
only if Farron does it because Farron hates that.
I like girls with small hands. That's one of the lines from a character. Mickey Mantle says that.
I
line.
liked that movie.
I love
I actually
61.
like 61 too. Yeah.
61's awesome.
I was 42. Was 42?
42 is
good?
also good.
I never saw the whole thing.
It was okay. I'm
It
trying
just
to
came
think.
out like in the Disneyification of everything.
Yeah,
Oh.
Like
it
that
kinda
movie would have
got
been better if it came
Disney-fied.
out in like the 90s or the 80s.
The
What?
90s loved
What do you got?
baseball
What's your
movies.
take over here?
No,
Adam?
I was just
Oh, okay.
stretching out.
Okay.
I got a back thing.
Okay.
I got a back thing.
called
Hardball
The
from
Spy.
Heath.
No, it's like
You ever see
this
Hardball?
muscle-
Your favorite actors in
Oh, the
that.
Cucumbas. Keanu. Yeah.
It is really good.
I've never heard of
Love
it.
it when
Keanu
you
is-
call me Big Pop.
He coaches an inner city baseball team. He
because
is
he's
also
trying to get out of gambling debt.
he is. I know that there are some people who don't like. What's the word that you call gamblers? Degenerate.
He's a huge degenerate.
Some people don't like degenerate. He is a degenerate. I mean,
Yes.
he's betting on wild stuff.
Yeah.
Almost like Adam Sandler's character.
It's almost like Uncut Gems.
Is he like Ipe?
nice.
He's almost like
See,
Ipe,
and
yeah.
you haven't seen Uncut Gems, have you?
No.
We're just naming a lot of great movies. Uncut Gems rocks.
Ah,
You didn't like Uncut Gems?
ah.
Wow, interesting. I loved Uncut Gems.
It's just a little too stressful for me.
It is.
It's very
The whole
stressful.
movie, it's like it starts
It's just
and
like,
it's loud.
Is it more? Is
I
it
just
more-
thought the whole time like Adam Sandler is gonna die. Like when is he gonna die? And then finally at the end he dies.
Oh, spoiler
And-
alert.
And I
Guess I don't need to
I
see
wasn't
this.
surprised at all. He
Oh,
did, I was like,
man.
oh, okay, he finally died. I guess
Well,
the
the
way
movie
it
ended.
happened was really cool.
Is it more or less stressful than Whiplash? But I guess I don't need to
Oh,
watch
that
it
movie's
now.
stressful.
Yeah. Oh, good question.
Not my
Same
tempo.
idea. Same idea.
Not my
I'd
tempo.
say, I think Whiplash is stressful for like typical reasons. This is stressful because he's an idiot. And he
Oh.
just keeps like betting and
He
betting
keeps
and betting
doing
and
the
betting
wrong
and betting.
thing.
But he keeps trading his things. He gets, what does he have? He has KG's. Kevin Garnett is in the movie.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He has Kevin Garnett's
His
championship ring
The opal.
because he wants this weird opal. And so then Adam Sandler's character takes it to another person.
I'm glad you're
So-
doing this, by the way, so we don't have to watch
It's
that
such a good movie though, because then he
It's not.
he uses as collateral to place another bet. But he does this stupid parlay where it's like they'll win the tip,
Yeah,
and then like I mean, it's just wild.
it's nuts.
Yeah,
Give me
it's just-
KG to the tip. Give me KG
oh.
rebounds, KG points.
Oh,
all this.
man.
Mike Francesa shows up. It's an absolutely nuts movie.
he says the F word.
Oh.
Yeah, you should watch that movie, Nick. It's good. I want to do
Okay.
baseball month in April. This sounds really.
I
really
also
fun.
want to do
month.
baseball month. Let's
Yeah.
do baseball month.
That's
Baseball
fine.
month.
Yeah, go
I love
ahead.
Okay, so
baseball.
you're gonna have to watch Rookie of the Year. I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to watch Bull Durham. We could do
Hardball is awesome.
Hardball is really good.
That's
I haven't
great.
seen that in probably 20 years now. It's been a long time. Been a while. Someone said.
Moneyball.
Been a while.
I like
love
Moneyball.
Moneyball.
Do you like Moneyball?
Never saw it.
Oh, we can do the Sandlot.
Never seen Moneyball.
No.
You've never
John
seen
hates the
Moneyball?
idea of Moneyball.
Moneyball is
I'm
actually
not a
one of the
huge fan.
best. Like that might be one of the better movies of like the last 15 years.
The
I
one
got a
complaint-
baseball movie, The Hill.
I would rather jump 10 feet down onto
What's
the
that?
ground and hurt.
It's one of the movies that John picked in a stretch of really bad movies.
What's
John
The
was
Hill?
having a rough go this
No,
spring.
I was not having a
He
rough
picked
go.
the fishing
You guys
movie,
were
The
having a
Hill,
rough.
which wasn't a baseball
You guys
movie.
liked the fishing movie.
There
we
was
didn't.
baseball in it, but it wasn't a baseball movie. The Hill.
What
What's
is
it?
it
Who is the
about?
main? Who is the this really awful parent who like hated his family and wanted to be a
Awful-
pastor?
Awful parent. He was a man of God.
My dad was a man of God. He didn't treat me like garbage.
And his
though.
kid wanted to play
yeah, he
baseball.
did. He helped you become a Cowboys fan. I'd say that's worthy of treating someone
You
like
blew it.
garbage.
His dad was like, "Nah, you're gonna be a pastor. You're gonna play baseball.
You're not
for
allowed.
The Lord.
You're not allowed to throw a ball anymore,
Wow.
son.
Wow.
It was really bad.
Tough
But
time.
He
John
had a
didn't like
hell of
it.
an
He just
arm.
didn't. He didn't like that Nick and I picked on it so much. So then he was like, "It's not that bad." It was.
It really wasn't.
Fly
that
fishing
bad.
movie might have been worse.
Yeah, I didn't like that movie either.
Fly fishing movie.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah,
John
had
just
a
kept
rough time.
opening up Netflix.
You guys
and
realize this list
seeing
is
the top
representative
10.
of you. You know, if
Yeah.
you look at these movies.
Yeah, and I have good.
The
picks.
idea was to try different things, and these were different things.
They were different things.
hard. I will not argue.
Still haven't watched The Lobster though.
No,
Yet.
that's the one
Yet.
that Nick holds over us.
Yet that
you guys
and
would hate
Fellowship,
that movie.
What's our movie this week?
Aliens.
Aliens. That's right, Aliens.
The second one.
Yeah, let me know when stupid spooky month is over.
Well, I mean,
Well,
there's-
it
will
will
be.
be Friday.
I'm out.
oh, you're not picking another spooky
No,
movie? Oh,
no.
bummer. I thought we'd do one more.
There's
No.
What? Yeah, no. I guess it's
No, we've done
October's
enough.
over.
We've done enough.
October's over next Friday.
I guess
this
that's
is
true.
what this was 3 in a row. That's
4.
enough.
Well, it was October. It was the month.
So?
Spooky month.
They did Hereditary
over
this week
now.
for the rewatchables.
I haven't
What's
seen
that?
that. I've been meaning to watch it.
It's good. It's not a rewatchable though.
No.
It's I don't know how much I want to spoil, but I mean, you should watch the trailer. It's one of
Okay.
those A24 horror movies. It's really
Okay.
good.
I really want to pick Parasite, but John's going to complain the whole time because he has
Parasite
to
is
read
a great
the
movie.
Parasite might be my favorite movie of the last decade. I love that movie.
It's up there.
I've not rewatched it in years.
If I wanted to read a book, I'd read a book.
Their subtitles were fun too. They were yellow.
Oh,
They popped up in
Like
yellow, and they were
Coldplay.
like a little
I
italicized.
didn't even notice it.
If I
after
wanted
the
to
first,
read a
like, 2
book with
minutes.
yellow print, I'd read a book with yellow
I
print.
guess hard to argue with you there.
it's almost
It
like
would need
watching
black
things
paper
in
though. Probably.
subtitles isn't bad
Yeah.
No,
or
it's not.
intrusive.
It's not. It's
Yeah.
really not.
It's easy.
Golden Fang says basketball, another potential.
Oh, do basketball.
Basketball is
for,
great.
for baseball.
What
month.
Psych
I
out.
remember when I discovered that was a movie. It came out on cable. I had
Mhm.
not heard of it.
Was this pre or post South Park?
It was-
Like you watching that?
Oh.
South Park.
I don't remember. I think it was post. I don't remember.
'Cause
I probably didn't
so
watch this for the first time till college.
They had,
But I had no idea.
that's
And I was
when I
like,
watched it,
"Oh, what
too.
is this?" And
I
I
watched it in
watched it
high
and laughed
school.
my ass.
So
off.
they had basketball. They had Orgasmo. They had a third one too, didn't they?
Well, Team America.
Yeah.
We did that movie.
we did do Team America. We
I
did
wish
do
that
Team
the Book of
America.
Mormon that they would release that as a movie just so I could see it
really
again.
want to see it. I want to see it once.
Book of Mormon might be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. It was so funny.
Wow.
I had
What a
great seats.
statement.
I had great seats too. I think I got them from work. Awesome.
Nice. Congrats.
Awesome time. Man, it was so funny. There you go.
what a crossover, I guess.
That was a fun crossover.
That was a crossover.
Mm-hmm. Powered by Urban
nobody's,
Level Concrete
nobody's
Repair in
saying
Omaha.
it though.
Oh. Was it?
I don't even know. Are we even doing best ofs this year?
Yes. What do you mean? Don't put this out into
I don't
the
know. I've
ether.
just heard that a
No,
lot of
you have-
people are busy for a lot of reasons and
busy.
I don't know.
Oh, you're worried about him?
No, not.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Worried about me?
Because you're busy. When he said busy, I thought he was talking about you.
No.
You're
I mean,
very busy.
I am busy.
Yeah. We
How
know.
how much content you got? You want to fill up a whole
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. How much
you
best
fill
stuff
up
do we have there, Nick?
5 days
I-
worth of Happer show and 5 days worth of this show?
I haven't counted. I've just been inputting them in, but I don't know how many hours.
We should
have.
probably it's about that time to maybe count a little bit. We're 10 months into the year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Happy New
Year!
Year!
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hurt Husker fan is now being mopey in the chat because
Oh, I'm
his
sorry.
Lincoln Riley opinion. And then he was
I'm
like, no,
sorry.
actually, I would rather have him than Satterfield. And- but now he's just being whiny. Oh, I can't allow to have a big
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're having a bad week. It's a bad week for everybody.
Comment from Josh Odson
Yes.
about Nick.
Interesting.
You're so busy making pixel art.
Sometimes when you're waiting for a video to process, you have some downtime. And it's not that much downtime, and it's not that long to make a pixel art.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. I was scrolling through Insta this morning, and there was a Nick post of
It was a dump.
many
It
pixels.
was a pixel dump.
I did
Pixel boy.
see lots of pixels. John, what's going on with you right now? What are you looking
I was just thinking, guys. It is my turn to pick this week.
Spooky season. Let's do Hereditary, John.
No, we're not doing. I don't want to. We've done enough spooky.
Okay.
Let's move on. It's over.
Wow. I like watching horror
Nick
movies.
needs to clean the house now. Get the cobwebs
And
out.
I guess it's getting to be that time. All right.
Did you
We're
come
gonna,
to a
we're gonna pick a
conclusion?
nice, wholesome family movie about a pastor who treats his son very, very nicely.
Nice.
All right, we got to run. Connor, thanks.
Goodbye. Bye, Happer.
And we will have a Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone. Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska's defense is trying to recover from Saturday's 56-7 loss to Indiana, in which the Huskers allowed nearly 500 yards of total offense. Defensive coordinator Tony White says he needs to sharpen both the cerebral and emotional parts of his defense.
It's a combination of everything, right? I mean, there's X's and O's, there's execution, there's play calls and situations, right? Then there's the emotional side, because you can get up and give a speech, right? Or you can get up in front of people and give a speech and be dynamic. I mean, there's different ways of doing things, So I don't think you can take the emotion completely out of it, but at the end of the day, like, I have to make sure that those guys are, ready to and charged up to take the field.
For The Zone, I'm Nate Rohr.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that will have you jumping out of your seat. Use promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game. Whether it's a crucial Big Ten matchup or an exciting out-of-market game, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss any moment of Husker football. Visit ticketsforless.com today, use promo code THEZONE, and secure your seat to see the Huskers this season.
Julie, that was a quick fix.
Yeah, only 1 week to get my mobile device repair certificate.
Hey, Ray, how's the market?
Buyer or seller, I've got it covered thanks to the MCC Real Estate Workshop.
Amanda, look at you. You're already
a certified pharmacy technician? That's right. I got my certificate in less than a year.
Hey, that was almost as fast as
precision measurement. I'll be certified in just a week.
Earn a career certificate in less than a year. Classes start December 2nd. Get started at mccneb.edu/me.
Be ready for every adventure and a new vehicle from Sid Dillon Chevrolet. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us. KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What do you know? What do you say? It is a Wednesday.
Love Wednesdays.
Did not mean to make that rhyme, but sometimes it just happens.
Lickety splickety. What? It rhymed.
It does rhyme.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everybody, to the program on Wednesday. Dumb Debates Wednesday. John, Josh, and Nick with you. Glad you could be here. Glad we could make part of your day hopefully worthwhile.
Oh, what a great goal to have.
It's a good goal.
I mean, hopefully. You know, we can't promise everything.
Joe in Vegas wants to know as we begin the show, and I'll put it back on the screen, who is this random white guy? John, would you like to tell him about Baylor from Southie?
That's Baylor Shireman from Aurora, Nebraska, who is a member of your 18-time world champion Boston Celtics.
How much playtime did he get last night?
By the way, did we set the record last night? I couldn't see our game last night. Did we end up setting the record for three-pointers, or did we come up short?
I didn't watch. It was day one of the season. Why would I watch?
Do you watch day one?
I was busy. I told you last night. Remember when we left the show? I didn't know what I was going to have for dinner. Somebody asked if I ended up going with the shells and cheese. I did tendies and fries. Last minute decision. Tendies and fries.
I like to make shells and cheese, but put a bunch of hot sauce in there. Then mix it all up.
Interesting.
It's really good.
Yeah, because I could start it in the air fryer and then take Banks out so he could do his business and then come back in, and it was almost done already, which I
think you're supposed to leave
needed.
your air fryer going without being in there.
What do you think I do when I make my baked potatoes at night?
Record tying 29 threes last night. So no, we did not
Wow,
set the
tough
record.
look. They weren't number one.
We're tied for number one, but we're number one where it counts
Ah.
most, and that is most banners. We have 18. So
I'm looking
congratulations
forward.
to us.
I'm looking forward.
Glad to see we put the Knicks back in their place.
Mm.
So there you go. Welcome to the Grum.
Hello.
Well, what do we got? We got a Grum down.
Let's get
Brought
to
you
it.
by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Today, funeral week, we're compromising.
Uh-oh.
Which stage is that?
It's the third stage.
Oh, that
Monday
makes
was the first day. So
yeah, it is the third day of the week.
Stage. By the way, the fifth stage, forgetting, that will be Friday from Ron Colley.
Let's go.
Well, we will forget our bad mood.
Yes.
With fried food.
Oh my
and
gosh.
libations and great company from the Eddies, as they like to call themselves.
I can't wait.
The men who run the concession stand, the best concession stand in the state, Omaha Roncalli at 60th and Sorensen Parkway.
Star Wars Fiend says, wow, Creighton homer John here. Baylor didn't even play or contribute in the game at all. To be fair to John, Nick was the one who made the graphic. So blame Nick.
He's a rookie. He's,
Yep.
We don't just, we the Celtics.
Who's
I'm
we?
sorry, we keep talking about we. The
Oh,
Celtics.
interesting.
We draft smartly. We draft people that fit our organization and fit our winning culture. We just don't go out and waste draft picks on people because they happen to have the same last name as our star player, but have virtually no
What do you
redeeming
mean?
basketball value whatsoever.
That's not true. Jason Tatum's actual last name is Shireman. Everybody knows this. It's Jason Tatum Shireman. He just likes to go by Jason Tatum.
Jason Gray.
Jason Gray. So, I'm fine with us, taking our time with Baylor, making sure that he is ready for a full go as we defend Banner 18 by winning Banner 19.
What are your pregame takes on the Kings?
I have not looked at.
Yeah, where's that in the Grum Down? Light the beam.
Are they playing tonight?
I have not looked at the schedule for my
I don't know
Kings.
if they play tonight.
They usually will. No, they play tomorrow against the Timberwolves, who are also 0-1. Who did the Timberwolves lose to last night, Nick? You remember the question
The
from
Lakers.
Oh, the Lakers! The Lakers. Are they back? Are people
what
asking?
a sad sack franchise.
What do you mean? Starting 1-0 is sad? I'd say
they
it's
are kinda
awesome.
pathetic.
And basketball doesn't matter. How'd
Interesting.
the Pistons do? Oh, they're tonight, I think.
Yeah, nobody cares about the Pistons. It's not the 80s anymore. Or 2004.
I like Pistons because cars.
Yeah, well, they suck. Back to the Grum Down, John. What else do we have today?
How do the Huskers adjust with Dylan's bum ankle? We're going to discuss. Today was Big East Media Days. Ryan Kalkbrenner was named preseason player of the year. And the Jays holding a pair of twos. Usually, when you're playing cards, a pair of twos doesn't sound that impressive, but...
Yeah, I don't know poker.
A deuce, a deuce.
I mean, a pair is still a pair.
Yeah. I don't know the rules of poker. I never got into it. It's all very confusing to me. It's like Happer listening to us talk about Star Wars. If you started describing poker hands, I don't know what is the best.
I mean, a pair is basically one of the lowest scoring hands you can have.
Yeah.
You want is it a straight? Is that the?
It's straight flush.
Straight flush.
Isn't a royal flush the best?
Or the royal flush. I'm sorry, the royal flush.
Poker
which is
boy.
What's a flush?
It's like in the order,
the flush is all the cards are in the same suit.
Oh,
so they're all
suit.
clubs, they're all spades, they're all diamonds.
And so
they're
royal
all-
would be what? A king,
The
a
royal
queen,
flush-
a jack, an ace.
Yeah. The
Is it
ace,
4?
king, queen, jack, 10
Okay.
of the same suit.
That's the
That
goat.
is a royal. That is the goat. That is the
Okay.
unbeatable.
That is the
hand.
Michael Jordan of poker.
That is
Yeah.
the ultimate hand.
Poker confuses me just with it's the what beats what of it all.
Yeah. Shane says
Confusing.
pair, 3 of a kind, straight, flush, royal flush.
Yeah.
Those are that's the order.
Basically the order.
Okay. But I don't know. I tell the truth. So lying and having to have a poker face, it kind of goes
Well, it's
against
not
my
lying.
nature.
You're not telling anybody anything.
Yeah, but maybe my face would give it away. I can't give away how I feel because I tell the truth at
With
all
that
times.
face,
John.
Josh, you could never give it away.
Damn it.
Mike Schaefer will be along from Husker 24/7. Mitch Holthus, a D-Hop edition.
Dude, what news to wake up to this morning?
Yeah, my son
Interesting.
came down the stairs and said, "Did you hear the Chiefs got D-Hop?" I was like, "Yep, I saw it.
Look at
I
that.
just saw it."
Look at that.
What is going on at the Ohio State?
Ah, they're getting ready for a dub. They are.
Today, fired up for football. What is with that pro slate?
Yeah, seriously.
Hmm.
Dave fight. Dan Hoppin? No, not Dan. Dave, his dad. Dave Hoppin.
What about Dave Hoppin?
D-Hop. He's on the Chiefs
Oh,
now.
yeah. No. Dave, sadly, is not available. Well, he wouldn't be much good to them anyway. He's a former basketball player, and he's up there in age.
Yeah.
Then again, the way Mahomes keeps throwing it to the other team, it
Hey-o!
really doesn't matter, does it?
Ha!
We got dumb debates, and
Lovely.
sadly, rest
Oh.
in peace, Fernando Mania. Fernando Valenzuela passed away. I did not know that he had been ill
Yeah,
or
same.
anything like that. And it's sad because we're on the eve of the first World Series, Yankees-Dodgers, since he pitched in it.
The eve of the eve.
In 1981, when he exploded onto the scene. And I remember as a kid, you couldn't go anywhere without hearing about Fernando Valenzuela.
Because he was just such a unique player, right?
It
Like
was
a style to him.
Well, yeah, he was unique. You didn't have a lot of players from Mexico. He kind of had the little pot belly, he had the chubby little face. He looked, but man, he had that screwball was amazing.
Yeah.
He was one of the few pitchers that I watched, if I watched him pitch against my team, where yes, it was pissing me off, but I was also dazzled at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
He had a way. And I still remember watching his no-hitter in 1990.
Mm-hmm.
The great call by Vin Scully. If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky. He was such a popular figure.
Yeah.
Such a popular figure in Dodger lore. They retired his uniform number, I believe it was last year or earlier this year, something like that. But he did. You talk about, he was one of those guys where, it never, he peaked very soon, and he still had a good career after it, but he peaked right away. He won the Cy Young and Rookie of the Year in the same year, and it never got to that level again, but he was so popular. It was in the perfect market. I mean, he's a Mexican-born player in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
He brought a lot of Latinos to the games. They loved him. Everybody loved him. He was a very affable, even though he didn't speak the language at that time. Everyone just fell in love with him, and he was such a great player. And so we're very sad when I heard that news last night that Fernando had passed away.
So in honor of him, you'll be rooting for the Dodgers in the World Series.
Yeah, in honor of him, I will be rooting for the Yankees in the World Series.
Interesting. Wow. So you didn't like him that much, I guess.
Well, I mean, Mickey Mantle passed away first, so I'm thinking of the Mick.
Do this one for Mickey Mantle. He died in 90-something.
Yeah. Don't ask me, because I'll just say
he's still alive.
It was 2 years ago. I swear he was sitting next to Larry King at the Dodger game.
I think he died in 97. 95. August 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, RIP.
Yeah. Great pitcher. And certainly I'm sure there'll be something done before game one of the World Series.
Absolutely.
In his tribute.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. But that's what we got coming up today on the Grum. So glad you could be with us. 402-951-1620. You want to hit us up on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
You can tweet that number as well, 402-951-1620. You can also email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, banking is taken personally. Phones are answered on the first ring.
Always.
EquitableOnline.com. Or the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, where we encourage you to send us your dumb debates. Send us your dumb debates.
Yeah, with the hashtag even.
Use the hashtag. We're kind of dry this week.
Oh, the dry boys.
Moisten us up.
I mean, we got a little bit of rain. I thought maybe we'd get, So if you got a dumb debate, please send it our way. And anytime you think of a dumb debate, please send it our way. Just use that hashtag so it's easier for us to find. Hashtag dumb debates.
Boom.
And we will be back with Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Experience the power and luxury of a new vehicle at Woodhouse Lincoln. Our team is dedicated to helping you find the right vehicle for your lifestyle. From the first test drive
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Those Nordic cowards. They are cowering in fear of what we are about to bring to them in Rams house tomorrow night when Wang Nachos makes its first return in months and years.
Many years.
But they're scared. They're running scared. Ooh, Sam Darnold. We ain't scared of you. You're scared of us. And Oh, Mike Schaefer's here.
Hey, Mike.
I didn't see you there. How you doing?
I am good. Wondering what I wandered into. That's all.
Well, you weren't here when the music was playing, so then John went on a rant about the game tomorrow between your Minnesota Vikings and his beloved Los Angeles Rams.
Could be my last time watching Cooper Kupp in a Rams uniform. So,
wow,
I'll be very weepy tomorrow night. I'm not gonna lie.
Who's left that hasn't traded for a wide receiver?
Good question. Everyone. Well, no,
who's left that has an owner that wants to improve their team?
Unreal. It sucks.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, who is left out there?
I don't know, man, but there are people. 49ers could use probably another wide receiver.
Well, yeah, that's true because theirs are either in the hospital for one reason or the other.
Do the Bucks make a move so they can replace Godwin and Mike Evans?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, they're certainly the best team in that division, right? I mean, I know they lost to the Falcons on that Thursday night game, but I definitely think they're the best team in the division. So I would try to make a move.
Well, if anything, of all the times if you have a receiver to trade, this is a good time to do it because you've got some teams who could be playoff contenders who need at least a wide receiver, if not two. So, I mean, it's a good place to be in. But yes, we haven't even said this. Wang Nachos is back tomorrow night.
Folks!
I'm trying to remember, was the last one the one we did at the bar?
Oh, I forgot about
the
that
Broncos
one.
game.
Yeah, when Mahomes hurt his knee on the quarterback's knee.
Yeah.
And
That's
Stibbs
the last one I remember.
Stibbs wasn't smiling at all.
Yeah. No, we thought we would
very solemn Stibbs.
I thought we would revisit, because one of the first Wang Nachos was
between your teams,
the Rams and Vikings.
The year
game,
you went to the Super Bowl,
when Jack was, we need to switch it over. Watch the Royals game.
Yeah.
I was thinking this was just a random thought that popped into my head, but the reason that worked so well is we did a remote in Lincoln that day. I think it was a Team Jack Radiothon at the mall.
We did.
Right.
And the reason I remember that day, that was the same day as all the Brett Kavanaugh stuff was coming out. And that's what gave us the One Beer Friday open.
Wow.
All those quotes about drinking beer. And
wow. Well, I can't wait to see what happens politically tomorrow.
Yay.
What a time to be alive.
Oh, man. What's on the menu, Mr. Schaaf? What are we
I think the final menu just got sent to me. I think it's meatball sliders. We have boat dip.
You're putting slider on the menu? What kind of sick bastard are you?
This isn't Ohio. This isn't Springfield. These are meatball sliders.
Nice.
And then what else? I think some just like salami and cheese, just some finger food stuff.
Okay.
So,
do we need to bring anything?
You might want to bring some beverages.
Okay. Perfect.
I haven't decided if I'm going to go get this is like the saddest thing ever. I have a 2-tap kegerator, and it just once we ran out over the summer, I haven't replaced the kegs.
Oh, wow.
Like we're deep into football season, and I feel like this is a failure on my part.
I'll see if I can find some grain belt.
I take grain belts. I'll pass on hams. Right? I'll pass on hams, but I'll take grain belts.
I had some hams recently. It was pretty good.
I'll bring some.
That is a lie. That is a absolute lie.
I'm serious. It wasn't bad. But I'll find some grain belt. I've had grain belt. Grain belt's good.
I have access to a local brewery. I'll see if I can get a crowler or two for us.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
There you go.
All
Awesome.
right. Wang Nacho's back tomorrow night, folks.
And Jack will bring his 50-cent bets that we'll have to hear about the entire time for the fake money that he can't actually withdraw. Remember, Josh, I went on on that rant about people and their props picks?
Yes.
That's essentially just Jack Mitchell.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. I feel like Jack and Shafe have a really underrated local media rivalry where
It's not a rivalry. I just yell at him a lot. He just looks at me like, what do I do to deserve this? And then I just kind of wave my hands around, signifying literally everything he ever does.
I can't wait.
Shafe is Michael Scott and Jack is Toby Flenderson.
Oh, wow.
I think is what I'm getting out of this.
I don't know if I'm offended or happy that I'm not Toby.
Hey, at least, you'd rather not be Toby in
but
this
you're
scenario.
You're more the aggressor, right? You
100%.
And Jack just kind of wanders about his daily world with his head in the clouds like Toby did.
Someone needs to yell at him. I'm happy to take on the job.
Well, this question, I wouldn't say it stumped your colleague, Michael Bruntz, but it did make him stammer for a minute. And I'm curious what you think. What is it that Nebraska's offense does best, and how can they do a better job utilizing that?
Wow. I doubt I'm going to have a much better answer than what Bruntz did. Previous to the last couple of weeks, I would have said it was the ability to kind of push the ball downfield to their wide receivers, but that's completely disappeared.
Yep.
So you can't even say that anymore. They can't run the ball effectively at all. No. They relearned that they had a tight end on their roster in this last game against Indiana, but I think that was more out of necessity. They can't throw the ball to their running backs with any kind of success. They can't run wide receiver screens with any kind of success. Here's what they do pretty well. They protect Dylan Raiola pretty well. Now, how does that relate to being able to move the football down the field? It prevents them from going backwards more often. That's my answer. They protect the quarterback pretty well. That's what they do well.
Not a bad answer.
No.
I would say that is, of all the things that they're doing well right now, I think that might be the best answer. What do you see with him being Dylan Raiola, Shafe, in the weeks to come? He came up limping on one of those plays versus Indiana in the first half. I had a chance to talk to somebody on Monday who said that this is, now a reoccurring thing that's been going on for about a month. Whether or not you've been able to confirm the latter, at the very least, something happened within the game and his passes, in hindsight, suddenly it's like, oh, they have been fluttering a little bit more. He has not been able to drive the ball like he was. His accuracy has taken a dip. So what does that mean for the upcoming 5 games and especially the 2 before the off week?
Well, and I would say even before the play where he came up a little gimpy against Indiana, it wasn't like he was throwing the ball with a ton of accuracy early in the game anyway. So there's a part of me that wonders if he's hit not necessarily a freshman wall, but doesn't it kind of look like he's in second year Adrian Martinez processing too much information and paralyzed by making a decision?
Yep.
I keep going back to the Rutgers game in my head because that was where far from alone here, but that's where we all notice that he just wasn't crisp. He wasn't, quick to pull the trigger on some of these throws. They had plays literally set up and he wouldn't take that option. And so I worry that he's just paralyzed by information right now. And he's less playing football and more trying to react to football. And that's usually a dangerous spot to be for a young guy because he's trying to anticipate and react to things and read things and process all the information. And what's happening is there's no output. He's just taking everything in and then he's not able to deliver the ball confidently or he's not able to choose effectively where he wants it to go or what have you. Combine that with the offense's sort of regression, or so it feels in these last 10 quarters or so, or really 3 games. The second half against Purdue saved things, but I just feel like he isn't playing loose right now. And more than anything else, of every conversation, whether it's yards per play or the ability to run the football or sticking to the run or what your wide receivers can do well. They need to get him back to where he can play free and loose, whether it's the ankle is bothering him or it's whatever the situation is. They need him mentally more clear than he has played the last couple of weeks. I think that's just obvious to you watch him play right now. He is not pulling the trigger on passes as quickly. He's just not who he was earlier. And I don't think it has to do as much with who the competition is or how they're defending him. I just think he's trying to work through it in his brain too much. And now he's getting slowed down because of that.
How much is the ankle problems factoring into all of this?
I mean, it certainly, if you're not comfortable when you're planting and throwing or when you're stepping into your throw or whatever it is, and I'm not going to pretend like I played quarterback beyond just backyard football. So it's not like I'm the guy that's going to be able to answer this. But, anyone that's played sports at any level, you have less confidence when you don't feel like you're 100%. And so if he has to change the way that he's stepping into throws, if he's not able to drive, the force of his body through a throw because he's trying to protect the ankle a little bit, yeah, that definitely can play a factor in it. But again, I'm less concerned about that where we are right now than I am what's happening between the ears, because I don't love that. And I don't want to see I don't want to see him fall into a pattern where he all of a sudden has his confidence shaken. He can't make decisions when they're right there in front of him. I need to see him get back to where he was against Illinois. That's not that far. And
I know, it's a month ago.
But that is an entirely different quarterback. I mean, that's when it looked like he was taking the step from being, man, this kid is playing really good as a freshman to this guy's going to be something special. And from that game forward, it has just gone the other way, which isn't all that different than what happened last year when Nebraska played Purdue. And then seemingly every team that after the Purdue game had the recipe for how to attack Nebraska's offense, how to slow down the game and everything else. And here we are again.
So along those lines then, Shafe, what do you do differently? Last week, John asked the question of basically all of our guests, like, hey, do you incorporate more Heinrich Harburg? Now, anyone who disagreed with him, yours truly included, is like, definitely you got to do that. Are you in the what do you call it?
The Wild
Heine? Are you team Wild Heine?
I guess I was sort of there before the season even started. I love the idea of incorporating him in your red zone. I think I felt coming into the year, they were going to be a problematic team inside the 20, trying to go to score and having that bigger bodied running option that, even if you're running zone reads of him and he's correctly reading the play, that's more of a threat than what you have with Dylan Raiola. And so I would like to see more Heinrich Harburg in that. And honestly, I mean, if it was me, and this isn't how a real coach would do it, but if it was me, he would probably play 60 to 70% of the snaps on Saturday against Ohio State. I would throw a junkyard kitchen sink offense at the Buckeyes. I wouldn't treat it like it's a real, the rest of your schedule. This is a very different game, and I would coach it differently. I would call it differently. That's not what Nebraska is going to do, because no one really opts for that sort of gimmick thing. That's 100% what I would do, because I don't think they're preparing for that. And so I think you can catch them by surprise a little bit. I also think the worst thing that can happen for you is for Dylan Raiola's confidence to go down the drain in a game against Ohio State where it feels like you're beaten before you get off the bus.
I didn't want to ask this right away, but I'll go ahead because we're kind of in that territory. So what does success look like for Nebraska on Saturday? What can they do to come out of this game, assuming that it's a loss? Because, it should be. They're 25.5-point favorite.
Let me be as clear as possible for those listening who are hanging on words moral victory. I don't believe in moral victories. There will not be a moral victory on Saturday. You either win or you lose. Chances are Nebraska is more than likely going to lose. How can that loss be something that they can take positives out of? Show up and play football. Play hard. Be the opposite of whatever you were in Bloomington. This is a better team that you're going against in Ohio State, but it's still an opportunity for you to go play better football and to prove that you're not that team. Make them earn it. Make Ohio State earn every inch of that football field when they're on offense. Make them have to defend you. Play play with the intensity and heart that we know is there. Like that's the frustrating thing about Saturday's game isn't the point differential of which they lost by. It isn't that they got necessarily embarrassed, because if any fan base is used to that right now, it would be this one. It's that a team that you thought kind of had the mentality of always going to show up and always going to give their best didn't. And it was painstakingly obvious that they weren't. And you don't want to see that again. So even if you lose 37-13, which is my score prediction for Saturday, show up and fight, give effort, push hard, make the most of it. Because people can at least respect that. They might be annoyed as hell that Nebraska's 5-3 for the second year in a row. But if you show up and you're actually, attempting to endeavor to be in this contest, which it never really felt like after the second quarter against Indiana, that's a step forward in a week that could be lost anyways.
Shafe, I don't think a lot of the advanced numbers last week pointed to Nebraska as the number one defense in the country. I definitely didn't think that they were that good, but I thought that they were a top 15-ish to 20 unit, right? I think that we would agree with that.
I still do.
Yes. Okay. So what, as you have now listened to Tony White, if you've now listened to players, what have you made of their diagnosis, and how do they just not allow for Saturday to go sideways, at least on their side of the ball, versus a team that has the best receivers in the country, a capable quarterback, certainly, and a really good pair of running backs as well?
Reading the analysis from others, listening to Tony White and the defensive players, and just kind of like putting my own eyeballs on it. It, in a weird way, it felt kind of like when a Bo Pelini team would combust and you had different people attempting to do different things instead of your unit playing all together as one. I feel like they weren't particularly in sync. I feel like they weren't playing. We didn't see group tackling. We didn't see gang tackling. We didn't see guys flowing to the ball together. It felt like it was a very individualized 11 guys on defense that all happened to wear the same jersey, in their own individual battles, but not necessarily playing towards being a defense, which it sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but it's honestly true. Like the best defenses are the ones in which you're playing as an entire unit. And that's kind of what Saturday never felt like at any point. I mean, it just didn't. And so they have to get back to that, to what that is. Now, schematically, they have to figure some things out, because teams are going to be able to run on them to a better degree than what I think they want to allow. I just don't know that they have the depth of the defensive line that you can bring in without some drop off when you bring in some of your younger guys. So that's a little bit of a concern. The other thing that they can control, and this is a big thing, they just have to tackle better.
Yeah.
I mean, in both of their losses this year, and even in that first half against Northern Iowa, the tackling was bad. And that's something you can control. It's like the perimeter blocking for the wide receivers or for Nebraska on offense. Like, it's one thing if a team just has more talent and Curtis Rourke is making great throws, and he was. It's another thing when your tackling is terrible on the second and third level. And it was on Saturday. I mean, there's a lot of arm tackle attempts, a lot of try to sort of push the guy out of bounds without putting a lot of effort into it. Just bad run fits. It was just a bad day all the way around. I don't think it's reflective of who they are, but you put that on film. So it's, as Brunts would say, it's a shot in your bag. And so Nebraska has to avoid having that happen again. I think Saturday's a good opportunity, because this is a great offense that you're going against. You want to be a great defense, make them earn those points on Saturday.
Mike Schaefer joining us from Husker 24/7. First 5 games of the season, it seemed like John Bullock was involved in a lot of things. At least, he would have a disruptive play every game. But last couple of games, it's kind of disappeared. Any particular reason for that? Have you been noticing that as well?
The first thing that comes to mind with Bullock is that he got absolutely taken out by the center on that 3rd and 1 on the 43-yard run on the third play of the game for Indiana. And other than that, I don't recall. I mean, we have some photos where he's in the background of the photo, or he might even be the guy making the tackle. But yeah, he hasn't stood out as much. So, maybe this is where, if Javen Wright is healthy, he can kind of help you out a little bit more. I think they have, here's what's problematic for me with the defense. You have a veteran group of defensive linemen. You have guys at your linebacker level that have played a lot of football. You have guys that can mix and match with different pieces. And in your secondary, you have talent throughout, even though sometimes it's a little uneven in terms of the consistency of which they play with. It should never have looked as bad as it did on Saturday. Yeah. So even if John Bullock isn't playing that well, you still have other people around that shouldn't be playing as poorly. It truly felt like, and I think this is the case, a one-off, horrible, no good, bad day for that defense. You can say what you will about the Illinois game. It never looked like that.
No.
At any point. So they're capable of not playing well and being beat too. They're capable of not showing up. And they can't do that again these next 5 games. They absolutely can't.
I didn't want to leave without at least acknowledging it's been a pretty interesting week on the recruiting trail with Juju Marks making the flip from Kansas to Nebraska. There was another offer that went out to a cornerback from Manhattan, Kansas. And I know you're pretty high on Jamar Mosey, the brand new staff member. He's obviously got something. He's the former coach, right, of Marks, so he knows that situation. But I'm curious what your thoughts are as Nebraska's going into the Sunflower State.
I don't know if he coached Juju Marks, who's at Olathe South. Jamar Mosey was the coach for Lee Summit North.
Yeah, I'm getting confused.
He's coached a number of good players that happened to find their way to Oklahoma before transferring elsewhere. And then, of course, his son as well. But, yeah, I think Jamar Mosey is, in a roundabout way of answering this. I think Jamar Mosey is a really valuable piece for Nebraska as they try to get back into the good graces of the Kansas City, Missouri area and high school recruiting. There's really good players in that part of the country that Nebraska over the last 6 to 10 years have not been bringing in their classes, have not been able to get these guys to come say yes to Nebraska, in large part because after John Garrison, there really hasn't been a coach that has prioritized Kansas City or has connected with the high school recruits and everything down there. Jamar Mosey does. I mean, he's a known name, partly because of his time as coaching down there, but also he's just really involved in the community. And one of the things that Matt Rule said when he's hired coaches in the past is he likes to get guys with that high school experience because they know how to interact with kids, with recruits. And so I think he was able to help with Juju Marks. I know he's helping with Dawson Merritt. Nebraska still has, an outside chance there with the Alabama commit. And they already have offers out in 2026 and 2027 in the state of Missouri, which is going to be a big one for him every single year. And so Jamar Mosey is a really valuable piece of what Nebraska is doing. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if they make staff changes, if he has an opportunity to be a full-time staff member, if they make some changes on offense. This is a guy who played wide receiver in college. He ran a good offense at the high school level. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see if he's on the full-time staff. And I think he comes with a lot of recruiting cachet should you do that. As far as Juju Marks, really kind of an interesting situation. I got a chance to see him in April of 23 at a camp down there. At that time, Nebraska had offered and they were, talking to him as a defensive lineman, but didn't seem like there was a lot of interest. He had started to play offensive line in the 2023 season. And then that's where teams really are like, okay, 6'6" guy with a 6'10" wingspan. Yeah, we can try to get a tackle out of this. I mean, he's an athletic enough individual. And so that's what he is. I mean, he's going to come into Nebraska as an offensive lineman. He's likely going to start as a tackle, maybe ends up in the interior, but it's a big athletic kid that you're going to try to develop and see if you can kind of get something from him that maybe you haven't really been able to find. I mean, Nebraska's tackles have not been very good for a while now. Brendan Hymas is kind of the one shining example. Nick Gates was solid, but he was, again, playing out of position, which is what, it's a trademark of Nebraska's offensive tackles. But a guy like Juju Marks at 6'6", and again, 6'10" wingspan, these are all measured and verified. That can help play. And so you're hoping that a guy like that could help you down the line.
All right, I'll go find me some grain belt for tomorrow night, Wang nachos, and a Rams Super Bowl onesie for Hudson because I know.
Yeah, that's right. He'll have to stay up long enough so you can all see him. He kind of falls asleep like right around that 6:50 to 7:15 range. So we'll see if we can. Yeah, he plays so hard throughout the day that he's just like zonked by 6:30. So
well,
work hard, play hard.
He'll be woken up many times by the shouts of, "Oh my God, the Vikings have scored again!"
Oh, my wife during the Major League Baseball playoffs, when Cleveland would have either big hits or the umpire would not call what I deem the correct call, or the Yankees would do terrible, terrible, despicable things, and I would shout, and then I would turn because I knew that I had screwed up, and I would just get the death glare. And Hudson never woke up during that. But I'm sure it'll be the quietest of golf claps tomorrow night, and he'll probably wake up crying, and we'll all get yelled at. So
yeah, we'll just clap with our fingers. Just clap, clap, clap. That's it.
No, it'll be fine.
All right, Shafe, thanks. We'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right, guys, sounds good. Grim, if you want to stop by, feel free to hop in the car with Josh. I'll allow it.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
road trip.
Yeah, that's what I offer.
I know that Josh wants to spend more quality time with you. He doesn't get enough every day.
Man, I was getting excited for an hour there and an hour back of podcasting at double speed. That's 4 hours worth of pods.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to go with Josh because
it ruined my pod time, Nick.
Because Josh is an antisocial. That's why he and Connor couldn't go together. And then of course, Josh ditched us on that whole, pregame show thing.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry about that. Yeah.
There's a 25% chance he ditches tomorrow too?
No.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
It.
NBC asked if I could be the statistician for some random minor league hockey game.
Oh, that sounds terrible. I would never ditch Wang Nachos, just a pregame show. That's what I would ditch, but never Wang Nachos.
All right, well, that's good.
That's true.
All right.
That's true. Bye, Shafe.
See you, Shafe.
Bye, Shafe.
The great Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7.
The comment section has been
oh no,
it's been a bit. It's been a lot this week, and rightfully so. When I see things that are just factually incorrect, I do get a little annoyed. Like this comment from Jimmy, who I feel like I've been arguing with Jimmy all season long about a variety of Husker related topics.
Okay.
You and I doing whatever they wanted on offense should have been a warning flag.
Doing whatever they want.
Thank you. So I decided, what?
That first drive where they ran the whole time?
So I looked up the numbers, and, but stats between 4 and 6 yards per play has been in the news over the last 24 hours. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Northern Iowa had 301 total yards. That's not a lot.
No.
I don't know where that would rank if you want to open up yards per game in the entire country. They had 301 total yards.
They average 4.2 yards per play, which would be second to last in the country if that was the whole season.
I just hate it when people are like, this is obvious. You should have seen it because of the Northern Iowa game.
No, please stop with that narrative. That is a ridiculous narrative. Sure, they extended a couple of drives, but for the most part,
they scored 3 points.
First of all, they scored 3 points. They only averaged 3.5 yards per carry, which at the time was the most Nebraska had given up this season.
Yeah.
They averaged 5 yards per pass attempt. They averaged 4 yards per play.
Yeah.
If anything, that game gave some credence to those people who said, well, if you average 4 yards per play for the whole game, that means you win.
And it allows for people to say, see, that game
because
happened.
They did not. See, that was the thing that made that at least successful in keeping the ball away from Nebraska was they didn't have any turnovers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But to make it sound like Northern Iowa exposed all these glaring weaknesses in Nebraska's defense, no.
It did not.
No. If anything, it did show off that Nebraska had some tackling issues.
It definitely did. Yeah, it definitely did that.
But schematically and anything else, no.
Yeah, and
no, it's nonsense. That's projecting.
Yeah. And John, you're a lot better at looking at the stats on the official Husker stats page, because now he's saying stop cherry picking. You're using one data point. What about this Colorado second half? I don't have the Colorado second half numbers, but I know that if I found them, that they would prove that like Colorado didn't really move the ball a whole lot.
Oh, you mean the Colorado team that is playing well right now and has 2 NFL first rounders playing on their offense and some pretty talented dudes?
Yeah, exactly.
And again, they only scored 10 points.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Colorado averaged less yards per play than Northern Iowa did.
In the second half? Or in the whole game?
in the whole game.
What do they have in the second half? Do you have?
I don't
those
have
numbers?
the second half breakdown, but yeah, they averaged 4.19 yards per play.
That's not very good, as we talked about yesterday. It's not very good. Now Jimmy just keeps screaming offense. Okay, Jimmy. Every comment that I can see on the screen right now is from Jimmy right now.
Oh, there's one from Chance.
Not from my screen.
Let's have the conversation about what they are right now.
Yeah.
What they are right now.
Bad.
They are. Yeah.
We don't need to rehash, that third drive of the UTEP game.
Yeah, like who cares? That's so long ago now. It's so long ago.
Teams are going to
now.
move the football occasionally.
Yeah.
They are. You're not going to be 2009 Nebraska against the whole lineup.
Yeah. The issues of Nebraska right now are I know we keep saying this. It's not the defense.
It's the offense.
It is not the defense. It is the offense. It is the offense and the issues of the offense.
The Brandon Vogel stuff should tell you as much. Brandon Vogel put out some stuff earlier this week, and basically the conclusion was over the last 2 years, Nebraska, in order to win games, has had to ask its defense to be a top 10 defense because they're not putting up enough points.
Yeah.
The problem is on the offense right now, especially that your number one player is not 100%.
Exactly.
More to come.
On that and other topics.
Topic alert.
1620 The Zone.
Mikey Mike writes, Josh and John, as I put us back on the screen.
Oh, I'm here too, jerk.
Josh and John, I think Jimmy's initial point is what good offenses Nebraska's good defense played well against. And I guess that answer is Colorado. Yeah, of course. The answer is definitely Colorado. Look, again.
Passing offense, anyway.
I don't think anyone should hear what I'm saying right now is the defense is the best defense in the country. Defense is better than they performed on Saturday.
Much better than they performed on Saturday.
And you know what? Here's the good thing. Like, no offense, but like, I don't care if they're, for the purposes of the rest of the season, I don't care that they are a really bad defense against the best offenses in the country. Because guess what's coming up on the schedule? Wisconsin, UCLA, Iowa, and a couple other teams too. So like I think the defense will be fine in those games. But for this discussion and the rest of the year, the questions will center entirely around the offense. And how many points can the offense score?
They have to score points.
Yeah, they
have to score points. And I know they stumbled all over themselves, but they didn't finish drives against Purdue. And it's been trending this way for a month. The problems, I mean, honestly, in order: offense, special teams, defense.
Yeah, 100%.
That's where it is right now.
Yeah,
that's
definitely
where it is right now.
Yeah, and so if they're gonna pick up wins, it will not be because the defense plays better, like versus how they've been this year. No, it will just be regaining their form. How did they play against Rutgers? How did they play against Purdue? How did they play against Colorado? How did they play against Northern Iowa? How did they play against UTEP? That's what they have to find, not how they played against Indiana and how they played in the second half, especially against Illinois. If the defense does that, the team has a fighting chance to get to 7 wins, maybe even 8. I don't think they will, but they have a fighting chance.
They have a fighting chance.
Now, if they play like they did against Illinois, I mean, obviously Indiana, but against Illinois, the chance goes down because the offense, I don't trust the offense.
Today in New York, it was Big East Media Day, both men's and women's basketball, and both Creighton teams. The standings were identical. UConn 1, Creighton 2 in the coaches' vote. Part of it, I think, is remember last year. I think it was Marquette that was picked first, and then Creighton, and then UConn, and people in Connecticut were like, "But we're the defending champs," and they got all pissed off. Well, I think this year's vote was to say, "Okay, we ain't making that mistake again. We'll let somebody else win it, and then they can underachieve."
Hey, it's to the point. I mean, I not to go back to football for a moment, but I said a few minutes or a couple days ago, like, betting with the house is saying Nebraska was going to fall apart, and over the last decade, you're going to be proven right at a certain point. Now it's
betting with the house is UConn.
Is betting with UConn,
even though they are rebuilding again, but they still have Caravan. DR is back, and they brought in some really talented freshmen. Liam McNeely is supposed to be the bee's knees. He is the preseason freshman of the year.
And they got their coach back.
And they got their coach back, probably the most important
He's not
thing.
the Lakers coach.
But they're going to go to the Big 12 ACC soon anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Or maybe the Pac-12. Who knows? You never know.
Maybe
with
the Pac-12.
You never know.
You never know with the conference realignment these days.
But Ryan Kalkbrenner was preseason player of the year. We will have Ryan on 1620 The Jays podcast this week.
Oh, nice get,
which will
Nick.
drop tonight.
Thanks.
Now, he didn't do this.
Nice get, John.
This was me. And Jim Flannery of the Creighton women's team will also be on said podcast, along with Ed Service, talking a little fall baseball.
Great conversation with
they,
Flan.
Why did they give awards out before the season?
Everyone does it.
Preseason awards.
People
love predicting.
It's media day. We love to predict.
Uh-huh.
Unlike the Big Ten that refuses to do its own official poll, everybody else, they pretty much do their own official.
Yeah. Flan was great. I'm on the call for their exhibition game next Wednesday. Started doing my prep. Started getting ready.
Lauren Jensen and Morgan Molly were on the preseason all-conference team, and Stephen Ashworth was on the third team preseason men's team. In addition to Kalkbrenner being
going to be interesting to see because there are returning talented players that are only back because of COVID eligibility on both sides.
Yeah.
But then they also lost some really important pieces. And so how do they integrate the new players? Flan, one of the things that Flan and I talked about was going into the portal and how maybe wasn't what he expected as the offseason arrived in terms of, the types of players that they could go after. And so that was a really good discussion. But yeah, there's new pieces on both sides and certainly some really good returning ones as well.
No surprise DePaul was picked last again.
Mm-hmm.
Poor bastards can't get out of their own way, apparently. But UConn, Creighton, Xavier, Marquette, who got the other first place vote. That was the vote that went from Coach Hurley. He voted for Marquette.
Yeah, because you have to.
You have to vote for someone else. Stupid. I do too. And St. John's was fifth. And in the women, UConn, Creighton, Providence, St. John's, Georgetown were the top 5. And, of course, you'll be able to hear the Creighton men and women all season long on 1620 The Zone, 1180 The Zone, and 1019 The Keg.
Yeah, we got some special stuff planned this year.
We do have some special stuff planned this year. So there you go.
I'm surprised people aren't a little higher on DePaul with the new coach and all.
Well,
Can't get worse,
it's still-
right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But DePaul's had several new coaches, so it happens. By the way, nice job. You both chased off Jimmy. You and Nick arguing with Jimmy.
I haven't argued with Jimmy in a while.
Jimmy said I was taking out a grudge. I don't have a grudge against him. He's just wrong all the time.
Good luck, and you better not disagree with Josh. I disagree with Josh all the time.
Yes.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I didn't go sauntering off anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
We're allowed to disagree.
Also, now the comment section is going to be like so much cleaner. There won't be the same person posting 12 times in a row. Hippie1999 writes, Josh shouldn't call Creighton anything. Well, guess what, Hippie? I'll be on the call next week. I'll be on the call for the Nebraska Creighton game coming up in a month. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be great. I'm excited.
Jar Jar's still here, though. Thanks,
There you
Jar Jar.
go. Look at that.
Appreciate it. Even though Jar Jar has been trolling me for the last several days about Scott Frost this and Scott Frost that. Scott Frost is ruining your team. Scott Frost is only getting the coffee. That's all he's doing. By the way, our special teams, not a tire fire.
Really?
It's not great.
It's not historically
It's not great.
a tire
I mean, we did
fire.
miss a pretty easy extra point and a field goal last week, but it's not a tire fire. It's not. I haven't started playing yakety sax when the Rams set up to punt.
We haven't talked about him yet. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Yep. Have not talked about that yet. Coming up next, what's going on at The Ohio State? We've also got fired up for football. And how are folks going to work around an injured Dylan? We can discuss that. And a reminder that the men's exhibition game is this Saturday as the Jays take on Purdue. All the proceeds are going to charity, the United Way Disaster Relief Fund of the Midlands. There's still tickets available, by the way. But if you can't make the game, we will have it aired right here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. And listen this week to the Connor Happer Show. They're giving away 4-packs to Saturday night scrimmage, 7 o'clock, CHI Health Center, Creighton and Purdue.
Nice.
The Elite Eight game that could have been.
It could have been.
But wasn't.
Yeah, Happer kept
Because of
asking
those
for
dirty Vols.
kept asking for 2 hot threes, and the Jays were unable to deliver. That was Nick. Remember we watched that game in Las Vegas.
We did.
Imagine
next to the dude with the red Yankees
I
hat
hate that
coughing over
guy.
everything. I hope he's happy right now.
Well, he probably left the YouTube chat as well.
Oh no.
Back after this on The Zone. 402-951-1620. You can always tweet us at the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
You can always comment in the YouTube comment section. We love our commenters.
Except Josh doesn't like Jimmy and chases people away.
I just like having discourse. If you come into the comment section and
yeah,
have
as
a
long
wrong
as
opinion,
you're doing the discoursing.
I didn't ban him. I haven't banned anybody in many, many weeks.
Good job.
Yeah, because that one guy was being really bad.
Game dog.
I think Happer Dodson was the ultimate ban hammer. Anyway, what were you saying, John?
Oh, I was going to say you can also talk to us.
Oh, here we
like
go.
Human beings.
Remember phones?
Here's Jim on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Hello, Jim. Thanks for communicating with us verbally.
Hi, John. Hi, Josh.
Hey, Jim.
My question is, I saw that Mazuka was playing left tackle in the game.
Yes.
What happened to the Galuda? I'm saying his name right.
Gatula?
Gunnar Gatula?
Yeah. What happened to him? Is he hurt, or is he just wasn't able to?
He actually played too, Jim. They actually split time at left tackle. I don't remember the exact snap count, but Gatula, it was almost 50-50. But Gatula did play. So yeah, Mazuka was in there early. I saw he was in there early, and then.
So is he now going to start in left tackle now?
That's a great question, Jim, because right now on the depth chart has not changed. And of course, Mazuka was a guard. He was on was it right guard, right?
And then, that's when the running game was somewhat good when he was the right guard.
Exactly. So, yeah, I don't know, Jim. I think this is a still developing situation, and it would not surprise me.
I have another.
Go ahead.
Another comment about one of your topics last week. You were talking about the playoffs and all that stuff.
Sure.
I know you said that they wouldn't play 13 games, but they could. This is my idea. They could keep their 4 non-conference games, play an 8 games conference schedule, and have the basketball have a championship weekend when they're seeding teams and they play each other, and they get their 9 games in. So they're playing 13, but you get more money for the TV money and all that stuff.
Right.
So you're talking about kind of like the conference championship weekend from the COVID year?
No, like they do in basketball. You see these guys and they just play each other. It's just
from other conferences?
No, in their own conference.
So like the COVID year.
Yeah, that's what yeah. I think I don't know if he remembers that. But yeah, in the COVID year, they had that Champions Week where they matched up, teams based on where they finished.
And I like that. I do remember it now. Yeah, and I like that actually. And it gives some of these teams another week of practice.
Sure.
I don't have an issue with that. Now, I would say this, and Jim, thanks a lot for the call. One of the things that we were talking about last week was the SEC and the Big Ten are talking about having a series against each other.
Yeah.
And then possibly selling those games to another network, right? So creating basically another television package, similar to how the NFL just creates, Netflix games out of thin air.
Yeah.
So I think if we see any expansion of the schedule, it will be to accommodate things like this and not necessarily an extra conference game. I'm not against your idea, by the way.
I think that'd be awesome.
Because I would do that instead of a conference championship game, to be quite honest with you, because with all the silly tiebreakers that, will probably go into place this year, you're not guaranteed. Just because you say it's the top 2 teams, you don't really know if it's the top 2 teams because everyone's playing a different schedule. So instead, just, end of the season, just line folks up in the standings and say, okay, this team and this team, this team and this team, this team, and obviously you keep it relatively close and you try to avoid rematches if you can. But I'm not against an idea like that.
Yeah, and with no divisions, it really would be a little harder than it was in the COVID year because it was 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, 5-5, 6-6, 7-7.
Right.
Nebraska played Rutgers,
and it's the whole idea of who gets to be the home team, who doesn't, and so you've got to make sure you balance that out.
It would be really cool. I'm curious to see whatever the hell happens with the Big Ten SEC challenge or whatever we're going to call it. Probably won't be for a few more years, but. Whenever they officially announce it, I'm excited to see it.
Whenever they do it.
Gatula, not hurt. That was more, I think it was just about getting Mazuka back on the field. And,
Well, speaking of that, and we'll discuss that in the next segment as we talk about, trying to cope with an offense that is seemingly one-legged right now.
Yeah.
One
ankled.
And one ankled right now.
One
leg
on an ankle.
Lupus.
Did want to mention Ohio State will have a new starting left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Simmons was hurt 2 weeks ago in the Oregon game, so he is out.
Yeah.
For this one. So we'll see how much that impacts the Buckeyes. Ohio State seems to be a little edgy this week.
Oh, yeah.
Are they listening to My
this
Chemical
week.
Romance? Are they me in high school?
I don't know about that. But
I had a chance last
we
night.
all know what Ryan Day likes for music. Good, clean American country and Western.
In one of my 100 podcasts that I do outside the show, I
But
had
he
a
loves
chance
Hulk
last
Hogan.
night to talk to Doug Maurice, who now hosts my favorite college football podcast, Kings of the North.
See, this is why you're now Mr. I'm going to be the flag waver for Northern football. It's because of this podcast.
Well, it is a very good podcast.
Your North
I
Pill.
mean,
John, turn your mic off and cough, please.
You said the silly thing about
Oregon being
you
in
said
the North.
the silly thing about the SEC being stinky this year.
Well, maybe you should check out what Doug had to say. But anyway, Doug, we talked about the Ohio State.
I don't need to know what Doug had to say. I can use my eyes.
All right, perfect.
I know they're pretty good.
Doug's been covering Ohio State football for like 20 years now, and he was talking about the atmosphere that he kind of expects to see or is wondering about, and it almost seems like the fan base there is ready to turn on Ohio State if things don't go very well. So this is one of the games where early key, if Nebraska could get like a touchdown, which I know, but man, I think that fan base might be ready to turn on itself. So just something to wonder about. Something to wonder about for this game. Nick, you were raising your hand. What do you have?
I just wanted to compliment the caller we had.
Jim.
John talking to Jim.
Yeah.
About on the 42 Degrees hotline.
Yeah. The source.
Yeah. By your mom's
Where's
house.
this going?
Call now and you can win $50 to Story's Coffee Company. And in honor of Creighton being voted second, be caller 2.
Wow. That is how
you make it so damn easy on yourself.
It's been a tough week, John. I'm thinking about
He's making all the pixels.
I'm trying to think of the people that maybe just don't have their phone, or maybe they're in their car.
If they're watching
and
they're watching on YouTube, that's as live as you can be. So don't ever leave the YouTube and go watch a different show. Don't ever do that because you can win prizes.
I mean,
you get a prize.
At least take caller 5 or something, and caller 2.
Yep, indeed.
Might as well just give it to Miss Cynthia out at the front desk.
You're giving her the prize?
I mean, she deserves it. She's a great person. And
she isn't.
I don't know if she is a coffee drinker, but if she is, she'd love Story's coffee.
It's a good question.
But they don't. They also have teas and smoothies,
and
they do breakfast and lunch.
Indeed, it was.
And their zone deal. Is going on sale, which is 5 $10 vouchers for only $25. If you add it all up, that's a half off deal.
Yeah.
And you can get that at 1620thezone.com starting Friday morning at
9 a.m.
1620thezone.com. Are we back? Are we? Okay. Well, I just want to make sure.
good?
I mean, Nick, you were still, taking all those calls.
So
for
many
Stories
calls.
Coffee that I didn't know if you were going to be able to get us back on the air on time.
Hmm.
Who had to wait through all of that?
Wow, you are just being such a jerk.
Okay,
Who
I
won the
stand with
stories?
Nick.
what happened,
Oh, what do you
John?
mean you stand with Nick?
I don't
Caller 2?
I don't mind caller 2.
Caller 2?
It was in honor of Creighton, John. We never do caller 2. It was a zig.
See, that's
There's
why I
a
like
reason
it.
we never do caller 2 because it's too easy.
Jasker Todd says, contest is rigged.
Thank you.
I listen on the stream, and there's usually like a 15-second delay. Caller 2, thanks a lot,
Very
Nick.
unfair. This is like counting presidential votes in Georgia. Very unfair.
We have to reward the friends of the Grum who still listen on AM radio.
Exactly.
Because it is still AM radio.
It's the radio, John.
Realize that there's a delay, and thus the people listening on the AM radio are a little behind, like the folks in the YouTube chat. Thus, caller 2 is actually no advantage to them whatsoever.
No, that's not. No, it has an advantage to the people who are listening on AM radio or on YouTube, which is still AM radio.
It's all AM radio.
Everything.
Anyway, who's going to enjoy the stories?
John.
I thought it was going to be
Ah,
Jim.
fine American.
Oh, now you're fine with it.
Does he spell his name right?
Yes.
Good for him.
YouTube user writes, Grumball that Dylan won't enter the portal. John, your thoughts?
All right, put it in there.
Oh yeah, did you make it a Grumball? Don't.
No,
sully
that's not
the Grumball.
That's his broken bit. That's never right.
That's 80-something%, folks.
It's not my broken bit.
Imagine being guaranteed to the 87th percentile. You'd say, sign me up for that.
Well, yeah,
John, there's an 87% chance that your next plane ride won't crash. You would sign up for that.
Would you? When you no, I would not. When you make such bold statements as the sun will come up, that's not a great
Interesting.
A lot of things.
I gave you a basketball player that is on your team. I gave you Isaac Trout.
you didn't
I
give
gave
me-
him to you. I said he is going to be a Blue Jay, Grumball.
Yeah, but you
and then it happened.
But you didn't predict that would drive his coach out of the business.
I did not do that. I didn't think his coach was going to be a baby about it.
Crumble.
He went back to his home state. Oh, what graphic is this going to be?
Well, I wanted to bring this up here initially because not all is lost. Right?
Nebraska's still good.
Remember, the theme of today is we're compromising. We're compromised.
Oh, is that the theme?
Well, kind of.
Okay.
From our new friend of the Grum, Parker Fleming, who produces the Stats War Twitter account. This is the most efficient teams. Now, this chart's a little different than ones we've seen in the past where the offense has been along the bottom.
Yeah.
And the defense has been along the Y-axis.
Oh, man,
which is up and down.
The offense is on the Y this time?
Yeah, the offense is on the Y, the defense is on the X. But the bottom line is this. Where Nebraska currently sits among all college football teams in the FBS, I mean, they're not in a terrible place, right? I mean, they're literally sitting on Michigan's face. That's Michigan's logo behind the Nebraska
Wait,
end.
you say Michigan is like the worst team ever, and
No,
that's
I
how
don't-
good Nebraska is.
No, I don't say they're the worst team ever. They're just that Michigan, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Iowa, they're all like right there.
Interesting.
Minnesota. I mean, these are the peers.
Yeah.
These are the peers this season. And if you look, and again, if you're imagining, for those of you driving in your car and you can't watch, and you're still mad at Nick because he only took caller 2.
We never do caller 2.
The higher you go up and to the right on this graph, the better you are. Like, for example, Ohio State, sad to say, way up there, up and to the right. Miami, Texas, Tennessee, Alabama, others. But
yeah.
But when you look at,
Where's Indiana? Oh,
Nebraska's place, Indiana.
I see them.
You see them?
Yeah, they're really high up. They're next to Miami. They're a little left of Miami.
But when you look at the company Nebraska keeps and look at all the teams that are just kind of trailing off in the wake, they're still a top, 30-ish, 40-ish program based on these numbers. Now, certainly, if we were just to take this same graphic and just maybe extrapolate the last 3 games.
Yeah.
It's not looking this good.
No, it is not.
But for the season, this is where it is. And once again, this is adjusted for the opponent. So it is taking into consideration the schedule you played, the quality of competition.
Even though Northern Iowa ran all over them that one night?
even though Northern Iowa ran all over them and gained a bazillion yards on them and held the ball for
all
4.2
yards.
Guys, Jimmy's going to leave again.
For 59 of the 60 minutes.
And they still lost.
But the idea is this. The potential in this team is still there. This is still the same group of guys.
It is?
Oh, it is. The same group of guys that played those first 4 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same group of guys.
It legally is the same group of players. That is indeed true.
So we kind of use that as the jumping off point for the conversation now.
About Dylan?
About how do you work around an injured Dylan?
Yeah, it's tough, man.
And it's something, Josh is confident. He's had it confirmed.
Yeah.
That things with him have not been the same with that ankle for several weeks. Not just, last game, we obviously saw it. They isolated it in the broadcast on Fox. Non-contact injury, how he turned his ankle. But this is something that's been there for 3-4 weeks.
It's been there since September. He got hurt in practice, re-aggravated it against Rutgers. And look, I think we put the play in the video stream at one point in time. I also think he banged up his shoulder against Rutgers. Remember that one play where he got slammed down and he was slow to get up and it was dangling a little bit? We don't have the video up in there anymore, but that happened. And then he re-aggravated. So he re-aggravated it in the Rutgers game. And then I don't know, what do we want to say that he re-aggravated? I mean, it certainly looked that way in the Indiana game. And
absolutely.
Remember,
I mean, whatever.
That was early. That was the first half.
They showed the replay and they talked about it.
Yeah.
And it's no denying, you watch it, and I noticed this from the jump, was a lot of those intermediate, because I don't recall, there might have been one deep shot. There weren't many deep shots, but a lot of the intermediate balls were really fluttering on him.
Yeah.
I kind of compared it to late stage Peyton Manning, his last couple years with the Broncos, where that ball just wobbled like an unbalanced wheel.
Schaefer said it in the interview earlier. Think back to how he played in the Illinois game. You and I were there. That was the first time and the only time that I've had a chance to watch Dylan Raiola in person. And I came away flabbergasted by his ability to thread the needle, to layer his throws. I mean, that whole night was like, wow, this guy is so special. I've never seen anything like this inside of this stadium. That player is not there anymore, at least in terms of how he is performing. So I don't think that this is excuse making. I think it's telling it like it is. And then that leads to the question of, what do you do this week and beyond? I'm curious what you thought of Schaefer's idea. He says go junk offense. And junk offense to me is, dare I say, bits. It's Mickey Mouse.
Heine.
I like bits.
It's the wild Heine.
It is finding a way to win a football game inside of that own football game. And what do I mean by that? I mean, this is not about any other game. This is not about building upon itself. This is not about playing this game and then setting yourself up for UCLA. No, this is about doing something wholly unique, a game plan wholly different that you only use in this game. I think he's hurt. I think it's affecting him. I don't think that it would, I don't think they're going to win regardless, right? Like unhealthy him versus healthy Harburg. I don't think that that's going to change the calculus for this game, but could it make it better? Could it make the offense a little bit more dangerous? That's where I don't think that we're out of pocket suggesting something like that.
Absolutely. I mean, if you play this game straight up, unless, Ohio State just decides that they're not mentally into it, there's not a lot of things that you do that they can't do better and that they can't counter. And so an unorthodox strategy, throwing some trick plays out there, throwing some wildly new looks. Sure. I mean, I understand where he's coming from on that. I don't know if Matt Rule is necessarily going to do it. And to your point of, is it going to work? I mean, that's the thing, right? Rule last week acknowledged, hey, we kept fighting the good fight and didn't call off. It's not really calling off the dogs, because
the reverse of calling off the dogs.
Reverse of calling off the dogs.
Yeah.
They didn't go into a shell the whole game.
To their detriment.
To their detriment, because it did add to the turnovers, it added to the points. the game still would have been 35-7.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah.
If Nebraska had gone into a shell. And that's why I think, at least one of the things I think about, certainly I believe, yes, more Wild Heine. You need him anyway because you need to jumpstart this running game.
Yeah.
They broke it out a little bit, a couple of plays against Indiana. See, so there was the play they ran when they brought in Harburg, and it gained like 7 or 8 yards. And I think that was the same drive that ended in the fumble, right? On 4th down?
I believe so.
What I would have liked to have seen is
do it again.
Go tempo and run it again.
Yeah.
Because they had Indiana on their heels. It was like, whoa, what? We didn't prepare for this. They pop a good play with Heinrich. I would have gone tempo.
Do it again.
And then if at the very least you're forcing a timeout from Indiana just to say, okay, we got to slow this thing down. Something's wrong here.
Yeah.
But those are the situations, I would love to see you get in the red zone, you bring in Heinrich, and you change the look, and you change the dynamic, and you give yourself an opportunity. Because you've already conceded that you're probably not going to try any more field goals. Or if you are, it's only in an absolute emergency that you're going to try a field goal. So you might as well, when it gets to the red zone, you might as well go Wild Heine. You might as well bring in Heinrich and give yourself some options in the run game. I think that's one thing definitely that Nebraska not only needs to do this week, but needs to do the rest of the season. Because this running game is what it is. It's not going to change in a lot of ways for the good.
Yeah.
You are what you are at this point.
Dave Fight says, I'm not a huge HH advocate, but he was the leading rusher on Saturday. Star Wars Fiend. I mean, it's telling your leading rusher against Indiana was Heinrich Harburg on 5 carries for 32 yards.
Yes, it does.
Wow. Yeah,
yes, it does.
I mean, certainly what you say about that game, I think you're spot on. You got them on your heels. Do it again. If they don't respond well, do it again. And at a certain point, you can absolutely try to
go
throw
Barry
the ball
Switzer. Keep running the damn thing till they stop it and then run it one more time.
Yeah. So I think that this is the game in which you do that. Again, I don't think that it will lead to a victory. But if it gets the starting quarterback a little bit healthier, it's like that's the thing that I don't know. How long? I was told it's going to linger. What does that mean though? How long does lingering mean? Lingering. How long will it affect him? And can a week off do him some good? I think that is ultimately the most important question in here is if this is something he's been dealing with in September, how much could it help if he wasn't playing, if he wasn't out there on the field over and over and over? I don't know the answer to that question.
I think one of the other things, if you're looking at, trying to help the traditional run game, more heavy sets. When they brought in Mazuka a couple of games ago against Rutgers and went with the unbalanced line, more of that.
Yeah.
Go unbalanced, double tights. Bring in your tight ends. Bring in extra tight ends. Bring in extra blockers. Run heavy. Football can still be, even if you have a loaded box, football can still be a game where your mass can be still greater than their mass. And I think running more of those sets to get the running game going. Yes, are you taking certain plays out of your playbook? Are you taking
You're
certain
limiting your
throws?
playbook, yeah.
Are you limiting it? Of course you are, but your quarterback right now appears to be limited in terms of throwing the ball down the field. Those layered throws that we used to see,
they've
disappeared. Because, teams are probably playing it a little bit differently, and also because your quarterback isn't able to drive off of that right foot. So absolutely, more heavy sets, more double tights.
Yeah.
Bring the damn fullback back. But go run heavy and then slow the game down.
Yeah.
And I know people are going to hate this because, they didn't like the strategy from Bill Callahan, but man, you need to ugly games up. You need to slow them down. You're no longer in a spot where you can run the offense that you've been running this season and go up tempo. Sure, you can change tempo if you hit on something that they weren't expecting, like the wild hiney, for example. But slow the game down, limit the possessions.
Well, and I would hope that people wouldn't be frustrated if they tried to do that this Saturday. Like
I think they need to do it every week.
That game
until they can get back to where they were, 3-4 games.
People are always annoyed by that USC game. They were annoyed for a variety of reasons. But one was that Nebraska was ranked and they went on the road, and some people thought they could win, and then they went into a shell. This is an entirely different scenario. This is an unranked team. This is a team that has limitations. This is a team that is struggling right now on offense. That was a good offense. At this moment in time, this is not a good offense. And so trying to get out of Dodge by mitigating your damages, you can say that's a loser's mentality. All right, fine. I don't want them to get embarrassed again. That's my thought process.
It doesn't have to be a loser's mentality. You're not going to beat these guys this week straight up like you've been playing the last few weeks. You're not.
Absolutely not.
There's nothing that they do, that Nebraska does, that Ohio State doesn't do better. So you have to be different.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not going counter, by the way, to Matt Rule on Monday talking about challenging guys. He was really talking about the defense on that side. Hey, you want to challenge those receivers. No, I'm not talking about defensively doing that. I think defensively, you do what you do, right? Certainly there's changes you probably want to make and maybe some things that you're going to adjust. Tony White talked about that this week. But we're talking about offense here. And on the offensive side, right now, your profile is Iowa.
Yeah.
So you better try as best as you can to play like Iowa. Slow the game down, get heavy, run it some more. And one final thing, screens.
Yeah.
Bring back the screens. Get some screen game going. Because that was one thing I was honestly, everyone was talking about, the long throws and everything like that from the spring. The thing that excited me was, damn, they got a quarterback. They got a guy who can execute screen passes.
Screen game was nice. Jeff says the wild hiney, it just flows off of John's tongue, and I love it. Hilarious.
There should be T-shirts.
Ha! Triple B, get on it.
There should be T-shirts.
We love the wild hiney.
Speaking of Triple B, we were out to eat the other night on Saturday after the game, and our server was wearing the Saturdays are for pain and sadness T-shirt.
Perfect. Yeah, well, that fit.
And my wife got a big chuckle out of it. He said, no,
and you said, honey, that is Triple B. We should support local and buy 4 of them. So did you buy them?
No, I didn't buy them. No.
Wow, unreal.
Well, where was at the restaurant?
I could have bought it online on your phone.
What are you going to? Was I going to buy it off the kid's back?
No, you buy it on your phone and you order them for yourself. That's normal.
I got plenty of T-shirts. I don't need another T-shirt.
I never see you in T-shirts. You never wear them.
I got one right there.
I guess there is a shirt underneath
I
your
wear
sweatshirt.
a T-shirt. I wear T-shirts.
I've never. I'm with Josh.
John doesn't
I've
wear
never
T-shirts.
Seen it.
He wears jerseys or polos.
It's literally right there.
But
That's
as your main attire.
No,
it's
I don't.
I saw Happer wearing
unless
a
I'm
T-shirt
working
last
in the
week,
yard.
And I think that was the first time I've seen that.
Unless I'm working in the yard.
You're like Don Draper. Don Draper only wore a T-shirt when he had to fix the plumbing.
I've seen Happer in a polo, and I've seen him shirtless, but I haven't seen it in a T-shirt, I guess. But
interesting.
I think I've seen him shirtless more than with a T-shirt.
Is Jeff still there on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline?
Hi, Jeff.
I am still here, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Hey, so what I noticed with Dylan, go back to the Rutgers game. That was the first game that I looked at him and he looks like a freshman. And what I mean by he didn't want to make a mistake. Like, it's such a tight game. He didn't want to throw an interception. Didn't want to, those passes were off. Some were down by guys' feet. He just seemed to look more like a freshman that I had seen before that. So I think it actually goes back to that game. And like you said, now with the injury and stuff, it's definitely led forward. But the other question I had is after I talked to you guys on Monday, still looking for ideas to spend my money on when we don't hit the 8 wins this year because I took the under. So
ideas. Well, I mean, assuming they get to 6, you could buy tickets to the bowl game in Detroit, where they would probably
that
be
might
headed.
Be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's an idea.
If I want, and did you tell us how much money it was, Jeff? Was it a lot of money?
I didn't tell. I'll give you. It'll be There'll be 3 zeros behind it. We'll just put it
Oh,
that way.
nice.
Okay, that's awesome. Now,
New snowblower.
Shout out
Not
to
that
you.
it snows much anymore.
See,
New lawnmower.
So I always, when I get a lot of money, I think of two things. One, like a new TV. I love new TVs. I think it's the best purchase, bang for your buck. I also like a nice dinner with my significant other. That'd be the two things I would say.
Oh,
I love those things.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, there you go, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
I love buying new TVs. You buy a new car, it depreciates. Sucks. You know the feeling. It sucks. You lose all that value right away. Buy a home, like congrats, but you need 30 years tied up now. But you buy a new TV. They're affordable, and you're like, sweet.
Yeah.
Is there anything better than hooking everything up that first time when the TV's just even a little bit bigger, and you're like, wow, look at this football game. It's bigger. I love that. It's a great feeling. That's America. That's the America I want to believe in. And then a political ad shows up, and I'm like, Dad, that's not the America.
Well, there you go.
That's
See?
not the America that I want to
You don't
believe
want to
in.
buy a new TV
Hey,
then.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Oregon State has put out their football schedule for 2025.
Yes.
Now, you might be saying, Josh, why do I care? That's a fair question. There is a home and home on the Oregon State schedule. They will be playing Washington State in Corvallis on November 1st. And then 4 weeks later, on the 29th, they will travel to Pullman, and they will play the Cougars once again. Is that a first? A true home and home. We've seen rematches.
It's the first that I can think of from a power conference-esque school.
Yeah.
In the regular season.
I cannot remember anything like this.
Yeah,
Interesting.
It does not happen.
Mm.
But I mean, that's kind of the spot that they're in right now.
Yeah.
As they're biding their time until we get new pack or old pack or some pack.
Super pack.
Oh, there's another political ad for Josh's new TV.
So,
why are you covering your face?
Who am I a fan of, John? The Dallas Cowboys. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The best player on the team right now. The best healthy player on the team.
The best player on the team. Mental case or not a mental case?
Not a mental case. The best healthy player who is currently playing right now is...
So you're talking about... I keep wanting to say it's Pollard. No, it's the run back, Dowdell.
No, best player.
Dowdle.
I'm talking about the best actual player on the team.
Yeah, but you said not a head case. Dowdle.
Oh, no. The kicker, Brandon Aubrey.
Oh, the kick. Oh, yes, the kicker.
He missed practice today because he was at jury.
Oh, I bet he had to give a tour. More on that to come.
Jury duty. According to Nick Harris.
Wait, what?
Who covers the Cowboys.
He's doing his civic duty,
For
John.
the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He has been selected to be on a 12-person jury for a felony case in Tarrant County's 297th District Court. There's not a clear timetable for how long the case will last. Thankfully,
he has to be able to get out of that.
I would hope so.
I mean, he's in freaking Texas.
Yeah.
You don't think unless you have the, the one sane Texas native who happens to be one of the attorneys or the judge who hates the Cowboys.
It could be a Texans fan.
Or a Texans fan who says, no, absolutely, we got to keep this guy on.
Not great, John.
I thought you could get out of that if you're a celebrity.
Yeah, I guess not.
And he is. I mean, I know he's a kicker, and he's not that famous yet. But
no, he's the best kicker in the league. This sucks.
Yeah,
he's
but
their
not
best
many
offensive
people,
player.
But I bet not many people know of him.
I hate this. No, at least there's not trials on Sundays, but this is dumb.
Yeah, but if you have to be, I mean, if this is like an
can't
OJ,
practice
this is like an
anymore.
OJ trial.
Yeah, it's going to take forever.
You're sequestered.
Yeah.
You're not getting out.
Wait, okay, he's not going to be sequestered. He'll be fine. He'll be able to go kick, right?
If you're sequestered, you can't.
Well, let's hope that he's not sequestered. Let's hope this isn't the OJ trial.
I mean, you didn't see any kickers on the OJ jury, getting out to kick on Sunday.
I can't argue
because
with
they
that.
were too busy being the dumbest jury that was ever assembled by God or man.
Wow, I always forget how triggered you get.
I hope Brandon Aubrey is a better juror than any of the OJ jurors.
Let's hope so.
The stupidest people to ever walk the earth
John
who
was
weren't
really
wearing swastikas.
Wow,
because they were stupid.
Over
into that basketball game that got interrupted.
Let's get fired up, shall we?
For
John's already
football
there.
on 1620 The Zone.
2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears as Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Yes, do it, John!
Oh, man, time is flying. We're already 9 weeks into the college football season and 8 weeks into the NFL. Back in my day when they didn't have any buys and they played 16 games, 8 weeks was the halfway point.
We're so close to college baseball.
I hate both of you. Let's get fired up, shall we?
Brought to you by Warhorse.
We start with tonight.
No, Thursday and Friday.
Liberty, your stupid school, is playing at Kennesaw State, and Middle Tennessee is also playing at Jacksonville.
Every day, Josh. Liberty is an everyday thing, not just a Wednesday.
Middle Tennessee at Jacksonville State on ESPN2. All right, let's get to the Thursday games.
Pitt. Number 19, Pitt, hosting Syracuse on ESPN on Thursday night.
Undefeated.
Also, this is a good one. Late game. A lot of people, of course, are talking about the Fox game, Rutgers USC after game 1 of the World Series. But the better game, Boise State and UNLV.
I know. I got
on CBS Sports Network at 9:30.
I'm going to force myself to try to stay up for this game. I'm not training for a marathon. I can
will
do it.
Slide that onto the second TV as I am watching the World Series.
I believe in myself. Future me, Josh, for 48 hours from now, you can do it. You can do it, man. Believe in yourself.
The early Saturday slate, Notre Dame Navy. Now, keep these in mind because you need options in the 11 o'clock window.
No, there's only
Saturday.
one option, John. We'll get to that in a moment.
Notre Dame Navy at MetLife Stadium. You've got Oklahoma Ole Miss. Washington, Indiana. Could be an upset alert. CBS gets ranked Illinois for the second straight week as they travel to number 1 Oregon.
Can they pull that one off?
You also have 2 other ranked-on-ranked games, including one on the SEC network.
What?
Number 25, Vandy, hosting number 5, Texas.
Remember last week, John, when you said Texas would never win a game by fewer than 10 points this year?
Happen.
How do you feel about this game? Will the quarterback controversy continue?
We'll see. And then, of course,
what's that say?
Well, this also might be a good
no.
time to wash the car,
Oh.
walk the dog, pick up leaves, visit a pumpkin patch, volunteer at a soup kitchen, skateboard off the back of a school bus, jump off your roof into the leaves you just ranked, launch bottle rockets towards that neighbor you dislike, or wrestle with the bison. We don't endorse or encourage most of these things, but certainly they are all better options than the game that will probably be on Fox at that same time.
This is a sad commentary on the current state of Husker football.
The evening game.
The worst it's been in 10 years.
Oh, is it rock bottom?
The evening games, the highlight is number 8 LSU at number 14 Texas A&M.
Interesting. I think I like that.
I think that Penn State-Wisconsin game is rather interesting as well. Wisconsin's,
they're sneaky.
Honestly.
Remember when you said Nebraska was going to beat Wisconsin?
I think what's his bucket? Luke Fickell stole Matt Rule's mojo.
Yeah.
Notice how Nebraska was really good in the first month and Wisconsin wasn't, and now it's flipped.
I think I might pick Wisconsin to win the game outright. I think I might pick them to win the game outright.
Badger, truth, or Josh?
Oopsies.
Fired up for football, NFL style.
The way.
Wang Nachos is back.
And Stibbs still not invited.
Although I think I was invited.
Tough look for Stibbs.
Vikings at Rams on Prime Video. And then I pre-do this, and I guessed the
It's
NFL
pronounced
slate,
Purdue.
and I guessed correctly on all of the regional games that we were getting.
Wait, we have to watch Packers.
John's really good at preing things.
Jaguars. Oh, you didn't include the Creighton women's soccer match that I have versus Butler.
Well, this is fired up for football, and different kind of football. But we're getting Packers, Jaguars, and Eagles, Bengals over the noon hour, and
That's
then
fun.
on CBS we get stuck watching the Ray does.
And then at night, hopefully
it's game 2 of the World Series.
Nope, it's Cowboys at 49ers. What a great helmet matchup. Just look at the helmet.
Bowl.
Oh!
And Giants Steelers on.
No! Make fun of that crap.
The Steelers being on prime time. Well, now they're actually watchable.
But the Giants? Not good. Yeah, they're bad, John.
And it's not a great week either. And in fact,
know.
the
What have
early
we done to
window,
deserve this?
all the good teams playing bad teams or like Jets, Patriots, bad on bad.
The Dolphins not playing at noon?
They are playing at noon.
And the two best games of the weekend are not shown here locally.
Wait a second. We don't get Bears Commanders?
No,
What was
we're
the game
getting the
that we-
Chiefs.
That's so weird.
We're getting the Chiefs.
I didn't even look at 506. What? Why?
Because we're getting the Chiefs, Josh. Hello, welcome to my world for the last 35 years. Instead of getting the best game of the week, we're getting the damn Chiefs.
First of all, why the hell is this game on CBS? Give me back my, and I know you're going to say Fox or CBS used to have NFC games. No, in my life, CBS had the AFC and Fox has the NFC. Get these cross-flex off my television.
Well, it
I
still
don't
doesn't
like
matter,
it. No,
'cause-
put the Chiefs on NBC or CBS and put the Bears-Commanders game on Fox. That's garbage. And the person who put that schedule together is garbage. Wow, thank God I have Sunday ticket, though. Look at us.
That's why I give the NFL a D this week.
See, I don't care about the local because I have Sunday ticket, but I understand your criticism because
It's a bad week.
That game is one of the reasons why I did give it a little bit of a bump. That said, if Daniels doesn't play, then it's time to drop it down a little bit more.
College, we both gave an A-.
Yeah, college slate's nice this week. Very, very nice.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe not the banger of last week, though that game sucked. But
you got to let what
a lot of rank. It was
4 ranked unranked games.
Yeah, plus a few sneaky unranked versus ranked games. Yeah, it could be good. Though Jake disagrees, says bad take, Josh. See, Jake, you're allowed to stay here and have an opinion. See, that's how I feel about our listeners.
Which
Have an
bad
opinion.
take? You got to specify with Josh and the bad takes.
I think he was saying about my Wisconsin could beat Penn State take.
I said that too.
Yeah, well, bad take, John.
I think they can.
2 of them. No, 3 of them, Nick. Give us 3 of them.
I gave it a C+.
Oh, look at what noted Wisconsin fan Kyle says. Oh, my big Badger fan Josh. No, don't you put that stink on me. I just said you might win. I'm not rooting for it.
Well, coming up next,
Speaking
if Josh's
of the Chiefs.
takes don't trigger you,
Mitch, I'm coming for you.
I look forward to you bitching at Mitch about the Chiefs being on in this
I
market
will.
and hijacking good football in the afternoon on Sunday.
I'd rather listen to Mitch Holthus and then watch the Bears game. That's what I'd rather. Again, I have Sunday ticket. I'll be fine.
And I have my DirecTV Sunday ticket.
Nice.
And we have Mitch Holthus next on 1620 The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Guess what? Right now, in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
Josh, settle down. I spent the whole break trying to talk him off the ledge. He was throwing things up against the wall and saying, those dirty Chiefs, they're taking the best football games off TV. I wanted to watch the Bears game. Oh, he was so mad, Mitch, because we're getting the Chiefs game here. Because as I've told Josh, this is the Chiefs market. And so
they call it Red Kingdom.
I mean, the Chiefs could play a spring game, and that's going to get on over a Super Bowl if the Chiefs aren't in the Super Bowl, which they're always in now these days. But man, it was hard for me to talk Josh off the ledge. He was very triggered.
Does University of Omaha, they still have their football stadium up there?
Yeah, Al Caniglia Field is still here, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What if we had a spring game there?
I love this.
How many people do you think would show up if we just had a workout?
All of them.
The whole city?
Versus,
I mean, Mitch, we're selling this a little low, but we probably got to do this thing in Lincoln. They got a bigger stadium there.
Oh, they do? Okay, let's do it in Lincoln.
Yeah, Seacrest Field. It's huge.
Elkhorn South. I don't know if Elkhorn or Elkhorn South, Sheriff Field, Plattsman. Well, we would have DeAndre Hopkins with us if we did.
Yes, you would. My son walked down the stairs and said, "Did you see what happened? The Chiefs got D-Hop." I said, "Yep, I did." So how soon do you think they can have him ready? I mean, we saw Amari Cooper last week come in off the trade block and contribute right away for the Bills. How do you see this working? Can it work in time for the Raider game?
From the vibe I'm getting as of like 4:35 this afternoon, it would be on the plane going to Vegas. You may see him run out on the field as soon as this Sunday against the Raiders. Now, I'll know more after tomorrow, but I mean, they're planning on having just a little bit of a package for him and letting him rip. But again, that could change in the next 48 hours, but man, they're excited to have him. What are you getting with D-Hop? You're getting a high volume receiver. Even last year with the two quarterbacks and the mess that the Titans were, he still had 75 catches and almost 1,100 yards. He just doesn't drop it much. The injuries have mounted on him, but he came in the league in 2013. And then the other situation would be what I find very unique, and I have not had a chance to talk with Coach Reed about it yet, is I've told you guys many times and during the training camp reports, the Chiefs love it where the receivers can play all the positions. Well, D-Hop in his career basically has been an 80-20 guy. He's 80% on the line of scrimmage and 20% in the slot. And the Chiefs, probably since Jeremy Maclin, have not had a guy that has been so much of an X-type receiver. So it will be I will be intrigued to see how he morphs into this offense, D-Hop.
Mitch, it's interesting because I was going to read you an excerpt from a story today that Nate Taylor from The Athletic wrote a couple of days ago where he said, look, I know that the deadline is 2 weeks from now, but they have to make a trade this week. Obviously, Kansas City agreed. Why was it so imperative to get this done ASAP and not wait any longer?
I think one, you don't want to get near the deadline. There could be some leverage issues that you would lose. Then two, man, the quicker you can get a guy in to get him up to speed in your offense. I mean, look what's happened with you got Kareem Hunt, you got Samaj P. Ryan. I mean, these guys weren't even around close at camp. So I think that the longer you wait, the more difficult it becomes to get a guy up and running as quick as you can to attack the rest of the schedule. And with Rice being out, this is where D-Cop comes into play too. I mentioned he's a high volume guy. The other thing, you guys, that had to work out was not giving up, getting a second mortgage on your house. The fact that they got him for a fifth and a conditional fourth. You almost hope it's a fourth because that means DeAndre's very productive. But it wasn't. You didn't lose your equity in the 25 draft and give up the farm for this guy. It's nearly perfect if he can integrate into the system and stay healthy and just give you production. Doesn't have to be big time. Doesn't have to be 150 yards a game, but just enough to be a threat. It will help Xavier Worthy more than anybody.
If you would have told me by October the 23rd, the Chiefs would be undefeated, but Patrick Mahomes would have 6 TD passes versus 8 interceptions, I would have said, man, that is whack. What is going on? Which of those two numbers is the greater concern, the low number of TDs or the 8 interceptions?
The 8 interceptions. It's just the giveaways in this league. Let me look at the Raiders. They've got 16 giveaways. And the fact that Minshew, he's also thrown 8 interceptions. But the probably the best thing about San Francisco in that game was the fact that they were +1. The Chiefs turned Purdy over 3 times and picked him 3 times. So to still be +1, but you're -3 still at 6-0. And those numbers work against you. So it would be nice to see the touchdowns go up, but that interception number is one that would concern you the most.
So what do you think then, looking forward again with Hopkins, like what can he do to that number and just to the overall offensive number as they move into the back half of the schedule?
Well, that's a question of the night, because if you look at the interceptions last week, Xavier Worthy stumbles on his route, or that's not going to be a pick. And I would say, and it's nothing against Worthy, it's just that he's a rookie and he's smaller, and he is what he is. He's a super fast, smaller guy, right? And so D-Hop is not. Now, he doesn't have the straight line speed, obviously, that Worthy's, but he's a precise route runner. And that throw that Mahomes made is probably going to be caught on that play instead of it being a pick. Now, the other one was deflected at the line of scrimmage and flew up in the air, and that one's on Pat. But you could argue the second one was on Xavier. And again, that's just a rookie and who he is, and you don't want to ask Xavier to be more than he should be. But I think D-Hop gives Pat a tight window throw, a tight window throw to guy. Like I can zip it in there and he's going to catch it. He's got catch radius, 33 and a half arms. And again, the low number of drops. His catch to catch to drop or target to catch ratio is one of the top in NFL history.
Mitch
and that usually would add up to fewer interceptions.
Yeah, you should. Mitch Holthus is brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Unfortunately, the Chiefs did not escape San Fran unscathed. Jalen Watson going down with a broken ankle, probably done for the season. This obviously, for a young man, we just talked about him a couple weeks ago, how he emerged out of camp and, next to McKinnon, they had made up a really good tag team of starting cornerbacks. So I assume it's Najee Johnson that is the next step up, and what other options are out there?
Well, it's almost like the receiving answer in the fact that it won't necessarily be Najee Johnson every time. It will be, but it's based on opponent receivers, and the defensive play call. Because whether you're nickel dime, and again, specific to that opponent, it will be Najee Johnson and or Joshua Williams. Now, Keith Taylor, we brought up and elevated him from the practice squad, but I think that's just a matter of bumping everybody up. Now, Christian Roland Wallace is an undrafted rookie free agent who had the interception last week. That was a heck of a play at a big time. I mean, San Francisco's driving, and the Chiefs are only up 14-12. So just bump everybody up, and now you're back into what's out there to shop for at the cornerback position. But you have less cap room now because you got squeezed out of some of that with the D-Hop deal, even though Tennessee's paying a good chunk of it. But still, it's going to have to be Najee Johnson and Joshua Williams for the most part, kind of flip-flopping and trading depending on the situation.
So, Mitch, looking ahead to Sunday, the Raiders have often in the Mahomes era, they have been solid, a team that usually hangs around 500. They've made the playoffs as well. They have perhaps the most perplexing win of any team this year in the win over the Ravens in week 2. Otherwise, they, in my opinion, you could very well make a case that this is one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the NFL. How has the bottom fallen out for them this year? And what do you see about this game that I guess interests you?
this is not what we thought the Raiders were going to be, especially when the way they ended their season last year. Remember, they ended with a rush, and Jameer White he tore us up. You're in for 145 in that Christmas Day ambush. But they're still based on defense. The most dangerous part of that team is Max Crosby.
Yeah.
And he can destroy the birthday party. Now, look, we can all laugh at Gardner Minshew and on the mustachioed one and all that, but he's got 24 wins in the league. And I don't want anybody to drive off the road, but let's just remind everybody driving down Dodge that Gardner Minshew was in the Pro Bowl last year.
Yes, he was.
I mean, he threw for 3,300 yards. So here's my point, you guys. If he gets hot like he did against Baltimore, then you got a problem. And I know they don't have Devontae Adams, but there's enough guys here for him to throw to. You just got to get the mustachioed one or mistake prone instead of the guy that can light you up.
And by the way, the rookie tight end with the most receiving catches as a tight end in NFL history, Brock Bowers.
He's awesome.
He was about the only guy the Raiders threw it to last week against the Rams, and it worked every time. Thankfully, though, they did give it away 3 times, and we held on for dear life.
And you held them to 5 Daniel Carlson field goals.
Yes.
No Raider touchdowns. And so, yes, a glorious Ram victory.
It was glorious.
But Bowers, I'm glad you mentioned him because, yes, it's the best 7-game start for any tight end in NFL history, including Travis Kelce. So, yeah, Bowers is a stud. We saw what he did at Georgia. He's continuing that, even a tick better in some ways with the Raiders. There's only one good reason, though, to like Max Crosby.
Is it because he spells his name with an extra X?
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. But the real reason is he went to the same high school. Wait for it.
Wait.
Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh,
Did he?
Wow, look at that.
What high school is that?
Colleyville Heritage.
Okay.
Colleyville Heritage. And I think I asked Bobby about this one time, but I think Bobby would have been a freshman when Max XXX was a senior at Colleyville Heritage.
Wow.
Thinking. But just when you want to, you look at Max Crosby and you go, it's Halloween, and this dude's a villain. Oh, he went to the same high school as Bobby Baseball. He must be okay.
Pretty good dog, pretty good player, and the Raiders say they're going to keep him, which is bad for him because that means he has to stay there.
Well, he doesn't like us. Like he's just going to try to destroy the earth.
He does not. All right, Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Have a great call, and we'll talk to you next week.
D-Hop is a chief. I don't know if I told you guys that or not.
Oh, interesting. I hadn't heard this.
You did. D-Hop is a chief. You got your nicknames for him already?
It looked like he was gone.
Right, he's on.
Now, interesting. Have you seen this, John? Have you heard about this? Some stuff has showed up on the JTech Instructions on Twitter feed because you're very critical of me for wanting to watch a better game. Now, I found a tweet. Well, some aspiring journalist found a tweet. January 3rd, 2024. It's like 10 months ago.
Yeah.
I say this with all respect towards the Chiefs. We need to petition CBS, NFL, KMTV, 10-11 to air the Bears-Packers game Sunday over Chiefs Chargers.
Yeah.
Those were your
That was
words.
a very smart man that did that. And you know what happened?
They did.
Within a day, they changed it.
Yeah.
Because I have the power.
Yeah.
Because that game was meaningless. Now, you can't say that the Chiefs-Raiders game is meaningless. Chiefs are undefeated. If they'd like to stay undefeated, they must win this game. Also, it's only, 6-7 games into the season versus the last game of the year where that game had no bearing.
Interesting. I'm being the bully.
And the Raiders still are...
Cancel culture John wanted to cancel.
The Raiders could still make the playoffs.
That's funny.
They could.
Legally, yes, so could the Cowboys, but not, we deal in facts on this show. At least I thought we did.
Yeah.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
See, but again, I went on the diplomatic route and it worked. You went on a rant.
A rant?
Like a 3
I was
or
sitting
like a
over here
petulant child. I hope you don't act like this tomorrow at Shafe's house. I don't want little Hudson Schaefer learning bad behavior from Uncle Josh.
Well, I'll be looking at...
I'm Uncle Josh. I really want the commanders and their nose black uniform.
No, that's what Nick will be saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nick loves the black
sorry.
uniforms.
I'm sorry, Nick.
They look so good.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Jack will be over there
your mind?
spliffing.
Would you change your mind?
Spliffing?
Yeah, we got to explain off the air.
Yeah.
Would you change your mind if you found out the Commanders were wearing those ugly-ass black uniforms?
No, I still want to. Is Daniels playing? If he's out, I don't really care anymore. But if he plays, I want to watch that. Again, I have my Sunday ticket. I won't be watching the Chiefs-Raiders game. Why would I want to watch that crap? It'll be a bad game. The Chiefs will win. They'll win by 4. It'll look ugly as hell, and everyone will be like, see, they're still really good. No. You know what, John? I got a list item for you. The Chiefs are not winning the Super Bowl. This team is going to fall apart at the end of the season. No way. No way.
We can't really put that on the list, though, because we won't know about
the future list, Nick.
The future list.
I'm going to put it on there anyway.
I thought didn't you have a list at them already that said they
might have already
weren't going to make the...
Let's see.
They weren't going to win the AFC West.
Yeah.
That's not going very well.
On July 24th, I said they'll lose in the wild card round. That could still happen.
So you don't need
I'll add on October 23rd, double down, they're going to fall apart. I guess you're right. I don't
you already put it on there.
All right, fine. Never mind.
It's the same thing.
They're going to fall apart. I don't want to hear from Chiefs fans saying they're undefeated. I know. I watch them.
Present Josh, past Josh.
They don't look very good. They don't look very good. Quarterback has more interceptions than touchdowns.
Defense is pretty badass, though, man.
Defense is pretty badass, but have
badass.
you seen the quarterbacks in the AFC? Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen,
Deshaun Watson,
Tyler
Huntley.
Okay, neither of those
Gardner
guys.
Minshew.
They won't have anything to say.
Bo Nix.
None of them will have a word to say in the playoffs.
That guy in New England, I got drafted.
Drake May,
Thank
John.
you, Drake May.
Drake, don't call me April May.
Nice.
Because it's the next month.
Do you think Mayo, that's the head coach, right? Gerard Mayo?
Yes.
Do you think he drafted him because he's like, oh, it sounds like my last
It
name?
would maybe explain why he sucks so much. He sucks. Gerard Mayo is bad. Steve, who is triggered by my commentary about the Kansas City Chiefs, has chimed in.
Yeah, I apologize on behalf of the Chiefs Kingdom.
Oh, John, don't do this.
I miss John disrespecting. Now he sucks up to the Chiefs. Steve writes, you're right, Josh. We should just watch the Cowboys suck some more. Hey,
well, the good news is you do get to watch the Cowboys suck more.
Yeah, exactly. But
against
see,
another
look at me.
sucky team.
Hey, Chiefs fans, you should be more like me. Admit that your team doesn't have it this year. It's okay to admit.
The Dolphins
They're
don't have it.
undefeated.
Yeah.
The 72 Dolphins, those who are still with us, have not yet been able to pop a champagne cork.
A lot of them are dead now.
But they have not been able to pop a champagne cork thanks to the Chiefs.
Yeah. They'll pop it at some point in time.
Who's going to be around to pop it?
Again, I think there's a few of them. I think there's a handful of those guys. They lost their loudest member.
How awesome would it be if all the surviving members, they all got to live the rest of their lives without seeing another team go undefeated?
That would be really cool, because if the Chiefs
and then the
did
year
it, I would
after
hate
the
that.
last of the 72 Dolphins dies, a team goes
The
undefeated.
Cowboys.
Well, it ain't gonna be that.
I just don't want it to be the Chiefs.
Right now, we have to be concerned if there's going to be any Cowboys left living off the last Super Bowl team.
Okay, Joe, come on now. That isn't that long ago. Troy Aikman is a young, spry boy.
97-year-old
young
Troy
spry
Aikman,
boy.
the worst quarterback to
Vegas.
win 3 Super Bowls. I'm the last living Cowboy.
Wow, John's rooting for Troy Aikman's death.
What, 97?
Yeah, I guess that's,
I'm drinking my beer.
he does have his beer. What is it called? 8? 8. Tony says Bob Greasy is still around. There you go. You got Bob. Bob Greasy used to be a television
Bob
announcer.
Greasy's still around.
Is Larry Zonka still around, or did he die?
Last name's
Well,
Greasy.
Mercury Morris was the most recent. I thought Larry Zonka was still here.
Mercury Morris is such a cool name.
Yeah. That guy was annoying as hell, man.
Was he?
Oh, God. He was so annoying.
Speaking ill of the dead?
I didn't. It's saying he's annoying ill. I'm just saying he's annoying. I'm annoying.
Is Zonk still with us?
Yes.
Good, thank God.
He was born on Christmas Day. What a great holiday. We love Christmas on the Grum. The
Especially
official
on
holiday
Thursdays.
of 1620, especially on Fridays. We like Friday Christmas.
Oh, but Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is
It's
always
on
on
Thursday.
Christmas. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we like.
Thanksgiving is always on Christmas.
This segment
not.
has deteriorated into dumb.
Oh, interesting.
So
Perfect
we might
timing.
as well transition into dumb debates, in which during dumb debates we have, the steal a base, steal a taco promotion. We'll get that during the World Series.
Sure.
There's another company that's also trying a similar World Series promotion.
Oh?
Yes.
Okay.
Find out next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. There's more basketball tonight. Circus Sports Iowa is your home for all things dribbling and nets anywhere in the state of Iowa. They have the tight money line splits, the in-game lines that update every single break that puts you in the center of all the action, props, and more. Let's look at a couple of those tight money line splits, shall we? The Pistons, plus 190 over the Pacers. The Magic, plus 105 to beat the Heat. And a quick prop for that game, by the way, that I think looks fun. The total points scored by Jimmy Butler sitting at 19.5 right now. Circus Sports Iowa is the sports book for you. Someone who takes their gaming seriously and someone who wants to use a book that puts all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. Also, real life people work there. You're not going to get some weird AI chatbot gobbledygook. It's going to be a real life human being if you ever need to contact their customer support. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw from your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is Wednesday, and that means it's time to turn things over to you and your dumb debates. And folks, there's an infinite number of dumb debates. Anything can be debated dumbly, but we prefer that it come from you, the people.
The people.
Because you might be at work, you might be sitting around the lunchroom, you might be wherever, and you overhear something, or you're engaged in just a really dumb debate.
Oh, yeah.
And we're at that time of year where, we got dumb debates everywhere. And we'll tackle any subject. We're not afraid. We are not afraid. We will tackle any subject.
So we're talking Second Amendment today, folks. Second Amendment.
Well, actually,
ban them or not.
Actually, what we are talking about
I need my arms.
So this weekend, we're going to have,
what do we got?
The World Series is starting, and
no weather delays.
And once there's a stolen base, Taco Bell does the steal a base, steal a taco.
And they do this every year, right? This
yeah,
is not
they've done this.
bit.
They've done this for several years.
Have you ever gotten one of those free tacos?
I never have.
Nick probably has.
I think I have indirectly.
Yeah, but now you're of baseball, so you'll probably take advantage of this great deal.
How do you indirectly get a taco?
He probably went there and he was like, "Oh, it's free."
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
What?
I'm in the app. I see I can get a free taco. I'm like, I'm gonna get a free taco.
Makes my taco pop.
There's a company called Cam Soda.
Okay.
That is an adult entertainment company.
Hmm.
And for the entire World
Cam is
Series,
in camera.
They will be matching all deposits made on the site up to $100,000. And when a player achieves a golden sombrero, which is striking out 4 times in the same game, the more the strikeouts, the more free boobs and skin that users will be able to get.
So what's this website?
It's called Cam Soda.
I think you need to do a little research for us, John. I've legitimately never heard about this. There's
I
one
haven't
person
either.
in this building I know definitely has heard about this.
According to the vice president of Cam Soda, Darren Parker, America loves baseball, but they also love boobs.
In
Hard to
certain
argue.
states, remember, some states you can't see boobs anymore.
That's true.
Some states have banned boobs.
They have. Unreal. Nebraska is one of those states.
That's true.
Yep, very sad. A YouTube user says, the breasts! The breasts!
So be on the lookout
For what,
that.
boobs?
For boobs. Plenty
Nice.
of boobs.
Man, 13-year-old me would have been a huge fan. I mean, 36-year-old me still. wants it,
Joel
too.
writes into dumb debates. And please, when you send us your dumb debates, please use the hashtag if you're tweeting at us, because it's easier for us to find. Hashtag dumb debates.
Yeah, for sure.
Or you can email dumb debates to the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Joel writes, should the college football playoff final be on a Saturday where college football belongs?
Well, the only issue with it being on a Saturday, and this is such a nerdy me answer, so I apologize. I apologize.
Actually, because of the television executives and the rating.
You got a little Bill Cosby there.
It would take place. It's the divisional championship weekend now, right? So it would be going up against the
I don't remember how the timing works.
It'd be going up against the divisional playoffs, and there's Saturday games for the divisional playoffs. So the answer is no.
But then
the answer is
no.
no.
But then the question could be, maybe you adjust the calendar so that the college football playoff championship happens the Saturday between the conference title games and the Super Bowl.
You want this? That would mean it would take place in February.
No.
Yeah.
When is the conference championship games?
The conference championship games are now the last Sunday in January. Because the Super Bowl is now the second Sunday. Remember, because when they added the 18th week, when they added the 17th game, it pushed everything back a week. So the Super Bowl is now the second weekend in February.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
So
are you okay with that?
February 1st.
Are you okay with that? That's a
I mean,
long-ass season.
am I okay with it? Not really.
I'd rather than move it up so it happens in like a Saturday. I don't hate the idea in principle. They won't do it because of TV ratings, though. I think that their first round games this year. That's what the Saturday games or whatever in the NFL. The right before Christmas. Like we'll see what happens ratings wise. So they'll probably adjust it anyway. I've never been someone to answer the question truthfully. Never been someone that totally hates the Monday night championship, but that's also because the Sunday Super Bowl, I also have to go to work the next day. So I've never had a championship where I have like the weekend, for like a game 7 in the NBA. If it makes it to a game 7, that's a Sunday. So I have to go to work the next day. But I understand being annoyed by it.
As a fan, I understand the annoyance with it. From my selfish perspective, I like the fact that we can talk about the game on game day and then react to it the next day.
Yeah.
Selfishly.
Yeah.
But
so if it was a Saturday, we'd have a couple days.
But as a fan, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a great point. Sadly, though, I mean, you're right. The TV networks who are paying all the money to make this possible, they want the maximum impact for television advertising as possible. And even though the audience, I don't know if it would affect the audience numbers much. I mean, if a game's going to get 20 million, it's going to get 20 million. But I think it's more about the potential.
Yeah.
Monday night, middle of winter, no one's going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They're captive at home. And to have that programming on, the potential for getting more casuals is far greater on a Monday night than it is on a Saturday night.
Yeah, and I'll say this, and I truly believe this. If they moved it off of a Monday, we would get to that Monday, a championship Monday, and people would be like, oh, man, you know what? I kind of miss it not being here.
Yeah.
Because that's how, I don't like Thursday Night Football in principle, but when Thursday Night Football goes away, I'm like sad. Like, oh, man, I miss watching Thursday night games. So people would miss it. That's my take.
Joe into the Equitable Bank inbox writes,
hello, Joe.
Is Willie the Wildcat proof that K-State fans have sex with cats?
See,
cat head, person body.
Yeah, I was going to follow up and say, or is Willie the Wildcat
a furry?
Well, that's a good question
Are
too.
mascots just furries?
Great dumb debates question. I think the answer is yes and yes.
They're
to
like
all of the questions.
They're sanctioned furries.
Yeah, it's kind of like BoJack Horseman.
But how come when you see a furry outside of that context, you're like, oh, gross, a furry. But then you see a furry at a game,
and you're
like,
say?
Oh, that's a furry.
It's just their life choice. You say gross.
No, I said you. You guys have said bad things about furries many times.
You just said gross. Can you believe this?
I wouldn't say gross. I'd just say weird.
I have many furry friends.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, Nick. Sure you do. The answer is yes and also yes.
Well, now, in the interest of fairness, I would say
Nick doesn't want that with furries. He hates them. He thinks they're not people.
Is Little Red proof that Nebraskans have sex with balloons?
Little Red is a balloon that grew up.
Or blimps.
Or blimps, a tiny blimp.
Inflatables.
Wow. There's a lot of...
Actually, does it prove that Nebraskans have sex with sex dolls? Inflatable sex
Hey, I will say...
And that's how we got Little Red.
John, there will be no names given unless you want me to give it to you off the air. I have heard a story about a former Husker quarterback and a blow-up that was given to him. I've heard a story before about one very famous former Husker quarterback. So I think the answer to that is yes, actually.
Was this a Gate 24?
No, it's not a Gate 25 story.
And
I'm not going to say any names. I'll tell you later. Herb points out college football playoff championship should be on January 1st. and that should be the end of the season. I love the idea of it ending on January 1 because that's what used to happen.
I did too.
The calendar-wise, you'd have to move the season to like mid-August, or you'd have to lop off games. It just they wouldn't have enough time to get in. They need 4 rounds of the playoffs. So like if you were doing old school NFL rules of playoffs, old school NFL rules, that means you'd have to end the regular season in November, and then and you'd have to not have conference championship games, and then the month of December would be round. It'd be too hard. So you'd have to move up the season to way early in August,
or go back to being fine with 4, or BCS.
Never
fine with 2.
Never.
The good news is when we get to the Big Ten and the SEC, and that's the only thing going, we'll just need 1 playoff game. The SEC champion for the Big Ten champion.
Stop it. Boo.
I got one from the internet.
Is this the one from Sal?
No.
Oh.
You can do Sal's.
Sal says, how many chuggas come before you choo-choo?
I thought we've done this before.
Have we?
It's 8.
No, it's chugga, 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 choo-choo.
Wow, that's too few.
It's chugga, 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 choo-choo.
No. It's always chugga, 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 choo-choo.
No, that's way too.
That's the way
it must be the Fremont version.
No, it's not the Fremont version.
That train's going to derail. That's going way too fast.
Chugga.
How is it going
Actually,
too fast?
I think there might be more. And I think there might be 4 more chuggas.
No,
I think it's 12.
There's 2 chugga chuggas. There's 2 chugga chuggas. It's chugga 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 choo choo.
No, it's just chugga 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 chugga. It's a rhythm. It's 1, 2,
Yes,
3,
mine's
4.
a rhythm
1,
too.
2,
Chugga
3,
chugga
4.
chugga chugga choo choo.
Chugga. That's 4 now. You've lopped off 2 of the chuggas. What happened?
I know it's the same amount of chuggas that I've been saying. Chugga 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 choo choo.
Wait, you only do 4?
Have you been listening?
I thought he did 6.
No,
Nick, check the
chugga
tape.
chugga 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 choo choo.
I thought he started with 6.
No, it's always been 4.
No,
wow.
The number is 4.
It's 8,
I am
John.
fine with 4 chugga chuggas.
It's 8 chugga chuggas.
Is this an internet question? Do people do this one on the internet?
I don't know.
I'm
I
gonna-
think I've seen it before.
It's chugga 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 choo choo.
chugga 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 chugga.
No, that is way too many chugga chuggas.
It's not.
That is a ton of
That is
chugga
the
chuggas.
perfect amount of chugga chuggas.
You lose
the
track
perfect
by that
amount.
point. It's just like, does it when I go choo? No, keep going chugga. No. If they keep it short and sweet, this is like Nebraska's game plan against Ohio State. You got to keep it short and sweet. Shorten the game, baby. Shorten the game. Condense that playbook. Chugga 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 choo choo.
Wow, that's way too few chuggas.
That is not too few. No, but think about it, Josh. You're getting more choo choos.
It's not about the
It's the same amount of choo-choos.
No, but
you didn't go choo-choo.
No,
You
but,
sound like an idiot.
Hold on. If I do mine for 15 seconds and you do yours for 15 seconds, you're getting more choo-choo out of me than choo-choo out of you.
You're getting more choo-choo per second, but it's not always about choo-choo per second.
It's about the chugga.
If you know anything about good relations, it's always about the choo-choo.
Chugga is more fun to say than choo-choo.
No, it is not. Choo-choo is more fun.
And it also builds
We
into-
literally
Chugga,
have a
chugga,
drop.
chugga, chugga,
Where's
chugga.
the drop? Where's
Choo-choo.
the drop?
Choo-choo.
We have a drop. That is all about the choo-choo.
Choo-choo.
See?
Chugga.
Choo-choo.
No, it's chugga, choo-choo.
Icon writes, 1620 The Zone has lost a loyal listener. Well, that's the second listener we lost
What are you
today.
talking about?
Very sad.
It's very
because of
simple.
you, John. I think they lost it because of you and your 4 chuggas.
Yeah, that's so
That's all you
weird.
need.
chuggas.
You got to come up for air
You
after
need
two.
to build the anticipation, John.
Yeah.
If you think the choo-choo's the best part, why wouldn't you edge to the choo-choo?
Because it's
edge,
just
John.
too many chugga chuggas. You lose
It's
track.
not. Chugga,
Yeah.
chugga, 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 choo-choo.
No. The cadence is all wrong.
No,
It's
the
chugga,
cadence
chugga,
is
chugga,
perfect.
chugga, choo choo. It's like Boomer Sooner. It's a great song. Why? Because it's just ba 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 ba. It's very short, very
Chugga,
sweet. It does not-
chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Oh, that's 6 before the choo-choo, John. Interesting.
Yeah, but those aren't
You
the-
just proved our point,
No,
John.
but those aren't the words to Boomer
Chugga,
Sooner.
chugga.
The words to Boomer Sooner
chugga,
are
chugga,
F the
choo-choo.
Sooners, F the Sooners, F the Sooners, FOU. But you don't use the word out. You use the word instead of just the letter.
Dave Fight says, Coach Satterfield, what is your preferred chugga to choo-choo ratio? What's the average chugga
See,
chugga?
mine's 4. Mine's 4.
And he was wrong. The Satterfield was wrong.
But that's because he thought that Kevin Suits was asking him about the number of chugga-chuggas before the choo-choo.
Does the internet have anything on this?
I don't know. Michael writes, it's just chugga choo-choo. I don't know what you guys are doing.
No.
Michael, no, you are wrong.
Chugga-chuggas. Chugga-chugga, chugga-chugga,
Wrong. There's no rhythm to that one. Chugga choo-choo. No.
Starspeed, I don't think they're talking about trains anymore. Andrew says 4 chuggas John. Is that what they call you?
4 chuggas John.
4 chuggas John. Let's get his wife on the phone and confirm. Wow. Corey writes 2 chuggas. That is wild. That is too few chuggas.
2 hot chuggas.
It's 4 chuggas. 4 chuggas.
It's 8.
No, it's not. Yours wasn't 8.
Yes, it was.
Chugga.
See, you guys had to actually count on your fingers. I can just do it in my head. Chugga.
I'm counting on the finger to show you the
that
rhythm.
It's 8.
Chugga, chugga, choo-choo.
Chris
More
says,
chugga. Screw you.
Nice. Chris says, I have this on my Bluetooth speaker and a plumber is here working on something. He just came out to ask me what the hell I was listening to. Hi, Chris, and hi, Chris's plumber.
Hi, Mr. Plumber.
We would love you, or Mrs. Plumber. Jeez, Nick.
You're right.
It's 2024.
Mr. or Mrs. Plumber.
Nick closes his eyes and thinks of a man
By
plumber.
the way, Chris's plumber, don't mind those extra
Gender-neutral
condoms that were
plumber.
flushed in the wrong place. And causing the drain,
Yeah.
causing the clog in the
Throw
drain.
them in your trash can. You're not in college anymore. You're an adult, Chris. Come on.
Jeff's question.
What does Jeff say?
Would you rather win $25K?
Oh, is this 4-quarter $25,000 pick'em? Get your picks in now, folks. I think that's a check mark on the old website.
Or would you rather have your best friend win $100K?
By the way, no, subscribe also to 1620, the email. There we go. 25 for me.
So
or
you win 25, or your
My
best friend wins $100,000.
Damn.
Do you trust your best friend to share the wealth with you?
No, I would not expect him to share. Certainly not $25,000 worth of wealth.
Well, if I
he'd buy dinner. I'd want my friend to win $100,000
over you winning 25.
I really care about my friend. That would be pretty sweet. He has children. He could pay off debt.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're not my best friend, John. You suck. Wow, Husker Nate says John is right on the chuggas.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I'm not giving you $100,000. You have the wrong number of chuggas.
You need 8 chuggas.
I got 4 chuggas. 4 times 25,000 is $100,000.
Is 100,000 chuggas.
It's 100,000.
I got
chuggas.
99 chuggas, but a John ain't one. So wait, what are you doing?
I would make an agreement with my friend. I'd say, hey, you win the $100K.
That doesn't count. You can't. That's not the question.
I can
your
too.
Friend, what's in that for your friend other than losing $50,000?
He's gaining $50,000. But remember, it's my choice. Either I win the 25K or he gets $100,000. In my world, he gets none of it. Or if we split my 25K, it's only 12.5 a piece. But if he wins the $100K, it's $50,000 a piece. See, that's Fremont math. Where we only do 4 chuggas for the choo-choo.
Bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, no, I think
we can buy a lot of damn banjos, and I'm going to take one. I'm going to beat it over your head.
Are there any trains that go through Fremont?
Probably.
A lot of trains.
Oh, yeah.
I saw a guy one
trains over
time-
there off of the highway.
I saw a guy one time. I was biking to my friend's house, and I was at the train crossing, and the train, the arms had come down.
Yeah.
And it was one of those slow-moving downtown trains. And the dude in the pickup truck just decided,
16
screw
chuggas.
these guys. And he didn't go around, because you can go, you shouldn't do this, kids. But you can go around, you just kind of weave like an S. He just went right through the arms.
No, that
just broke the suckers
that's
right
stupid.
off.
Dude, you get stuck and you die. No, thank you.
Don't screw with
This is a
trains.
friend of yours? This is your
No. This
$100,000
was
friend?
not. No, I didn't know
okay.
this person. I was waiting at the crossing on my bike, and this dude in this truck said, "I ain't waiting for you," and just went right through the crossing guard arms.
Wow.
Wow.
I've got
Chugga.
I've got
Choo-
one more.
Did the train go choo-choo, though? What's that, Nick?
It's not as good as chugga choo choo.
Well, nothing is.
But would you rather have whatever you say become real or whatever you think become real?
Say. Wait, because if it is it literally like everything I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Say, because then
Say.
I can just wish it. I can say, I want $100,000. Suck on that, John. You only have $50K.
That's true.
Boom, roasted.
You just did it.
I just did it.
Or we could say there's 8 chuggas, and then it's
and
real.
then John would have to say, he'd be like, no, there's not. And he'd go, chugga, 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 chugga.
Yeah, I don't want to
choo-choo.
sit there and count the damn chuggas. I just want to do it in a rhythm. Chugga, 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 choo-choo.
That is a rhythm. It's a better rhythm.
Yeah, mine's a better rhythm.
No, it's not.
Mine's an awesome rhythm. It's the best rhythm. Many people on many sides believe this. Like Nate.
What does Nate say?
He's the one you read about.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
right on the number.
Oh,
of
yeah.
chugga
Don't
chugga.
listen to that. Levi in Colorado says toddlers listening are loving this segment. Yeah, they're huge fans.
That's right. Teach your kids well. 4 chugga chuggas before the choo choo.
When I see Hudson tomorrow, I'm going to go up to him and I'm just going to go chugga, 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 chugga. Choo choo.
Yeah, and then Shelby's going to come over with a knife and get out of my house.
Oh my gosh, I'll get stabbed. KD writes, my job is negotiating and drafting public crossing agreements on behalf of a large railroad. First of all, that job sounds boring as hell.
I bet it pays well, though.
It probably does.
Uh-huh.
He says,
How
let me
many
tell
chuggas?
you, that stuff happens a lot.
How
yeah,
many
people running
chuggas?
through
Yeah,
the
but how
arms.
many chuggas, KD?
That's the important one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but trains anymore don't chugga chugga.
What?
They just kind of.
I've been around so many.
They're
There's
diesels.
A lot of trains that chugga, John.
No.
Diesels
The
still
only-
chugga.
No, the only chugga chuggas left are like the trains up like in the Black Hills, because it's the coal fired
No,
ones.
but trains still have
The one
to-
that with the clean coal?
Yes, the very clean coal.
They still choo choo because they have to choo choo legally.
Well, yes,
going through
they
a town.
choo-choo,
And
but they
they're
don't
still a
chugga chugga.
Oh, they're still a chugga.
No, they just move on. It sounded like a freight train. It sounds like a tornado.
Okay, you know
Not
what?
enough people say that trains sound like tornadoes. If
Interesting.
tornadoes sound like trains sound like tornadoes.
It's fair.
It's just like this giant. It's just like this giant, low, humble roar. Just that's all. It is.
On my trail, I run next to a train sometimes. It's so loud. I can barely hear my podcast at double speed. I'm normal.
There was another one I wanted to ask where if you'd rather live in a world without music or without internet, but I knew what one you would pick.
Yeah,
Well,
without
yeah.
music. Yeah, I need internet for my job. That'd be hard to not have it.
I wonder.
I can't watch games. I use
Let's
YouTube
just-
TV.
Let's just bring back the wires.
In
That
all
sounds horrible.
seriousness,
Yeah.
if we elect Kamala, who's going to take away all of our rights, and they get
Nice.
rid of music,
That would be what she wants to get rid of.
among other things, but seriously, imagine take away music from our culture,
It'd be very
even for people like Josh who don't typically listen to music.
only as a treat
I wonder
after a
how
long
mu-
run.
I wonder how long it would take for people to go crazy.
Oh, it happened immediately
Music was one of the first things we as a human race did.
after fire.
Yeah, because the original cavemen said it's 4 chugga chuggas, 4 to choo choo. They did. It's on the caves. They painted it there. Look it up.
Oh, that explains the.
But
freight
seriously,
train.
we would as a society lose our mind.
Yeah, it's hard.
Without music.
That's a good plot for a dystopian movie.
Yes, it is.
No music, all music. It sounds.
I'm
like
going to look that up.
What
I'm going to see if I
happens?
can find one and we can have it in movie club.
Like Drew McGarry wrote, our friend of the Grum, Drew McGarry. He wrote a book one time. What was the hook? They figured out. Oh, people became immortal, but society went to hell in a handbasket. It was a fun read. This would be a really good dystopian novel or movie or TV show. I want to watch this. This is really interesting. This is $1 million idea.
That's so
If
weird.
only we were creative to write a book.
It's so weird though because just music by itself just exists in nature, so you couldn't really outlaw that. Like,
oh,
how
believe
would
me,
you
if
even
she
do
gets
that?
a chance, she'll do it.
Which band does she hate?
Well, not even just like birds.
No more Rolling Stones.
Birds just exist.
Okay, now you're getting a little too specific.
No, but I'm saying that's music though.
No,
that exists.
You know what we mean. We're talking about,
Well, but okay, all right. Let's work this out here a little bit.
Okay.
So we outlaw music. People cannot
Okay.
perform or listen to music.
Yes.
But the birds, you can't control the birds.
Right.
The birds don't care who's president. The birds are going to do
Are
what the
birds
birds
suddenly
do.
like our most important
Yes.
animals?
Oh.
But then
Or-
there would
or
be
like
other
whale-
people
or like
who would
whale
try
song.
to kill them to take away the music.
Ooh, this is really turning into a good plot.
We should write this.
Yeah, exactly. YouTube user writes, podcast greater than music. Hell yeah. I can't wait to get in my car and listen to a podcast.
All the music podcasts would stop.
Well, they just like, remember those bands? Remember when we had
Dudes
music?
naming guys.
Yeah, it would be that.
It'd be people naming songs.
Yep. R.I.P.
And then, of course, you got to have your like underground freedom fighters who are still playing the music, and they're like the Liberation Army.
We are giving a lot of ideas out for free right now on the internet, which is still around too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say chugga, 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 chugga? Because that almost sounds like a song. Chugga, 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 chugga.
Well, that's the other thing is what
are they going to shoot me on
what's
the
the
spot?
difference between a song and like a cadence or a chant?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because some people said hip hop's not music. So what if I rap an Eminem song? A lot of questions that we need to answer. Mm-hmm. Tony says, I'd bring up as like raves or underground secret hangouts like the speakeasies in the 20s.
That would be cool, an underground rave.
Underground listening session.
I imagine it'd be like that party that they went to in Succession.
Yeah, like
where the snowball happened.
Oh, they find Paul McCartney and they drag him out and they do something to him because music's outlawed.
I don't endorse a society like this, but there is one benefit. Taylor Swift would become irrelevant, and
John.
we would never see her on another Chiefs game again.
We'd hold her up as like, remember Taylor Swift.
Well, no,
she once sang a song.
No, it would probably be a purge of all the musicians.
It really would. She'd be among, like Paul McCartney.
Oh
but
no,
Paul
she'd
would be
become
like,
a martyr.
I'm almost dead anyway. I'm really old.
Oh, I remember writing those songs. Hello, goodbye.
I wrote those songs.
Yep.
Do you think they would do anything to Ringo?
I don't know why I
they'd be
sound like
eh.
Michael Caine.
Yeah, Ringo's like,
Ringo.
take me, and they're like,
no. We said we were getting rid of the musicians,
like,
Ringo.
Peace and love. Take me. I'm warning you with peace and love.
That was the dumb debates.
It was.
Yep.
And they say, and some people wanted to kill this.
There
segment.
were people during the break. There was someone in the studio that was like, I just don't know if dumb debates has it anymore.
You know what we call those people?
What?
Dumbasses.
Yep, I couldn't agree more.
We also call them Josh.
You call Nick Josh?
8 chuggas.
When we come back, speaking of things Josh didn't do for me, but Michael Severe did.
Oh, unreal. Michael, stop doing things and sending it to John.
That content and more, 1620 The Zone. Fritzy's a dumbass. He emails
Whoa.
in.
Hello, Fritzy.
The more
Wow.
chuggas, the better. John is wrong again.
Classic John being wrong.
Fritzy, I hope you don't get hit by a chugga.
I think that there should be a limit on the chuggas.
Nick, go to this segue, and I don't mean to backseat produce, but there is a drop that we definitely need to be brought back. Just do this thing where you can search a word and write wrong, because there is a drop that will be absolutely... Oh, you see it? It says, John, you're wrong. You see that? Oh, you passed it. There we go. Yeah, let's hear that glorious drop again. Let's hear
John,
this.
you're wrong.
Oh, John, you're wrong.
John, you're wrong.
That was
Remember that drop? It sounds like a robot.
That was said
John,
by a
you're
dumbass.
wrong.
No, that dumbass is a smart
He's
ass.
a moron.
That dumbass is a smart ass.
Michael texted me the other day as I was driving in and said, "Hey, man, I'm doing some research on the
Chuggas.
stat. Give me some teams
On chuggas.
and chuggas." But Nebraska sadly lost by more than 4 touchdowns on Saturday, and also allowed 50 or more points. So Michael went back to 2011, and we just picked some teams at random, kind of some peer teams, old Big 8 rivals, stuff like that. Kind of teams that are in Nebraska's neighborhood in terms of achievement the last 10 to 15 years. And the number of times they have lost by 4 or more touchdowns and allowed 50 points in a game. And man, first of all, like Michael texted me, he said, "You forget how bad Kansas was."
Yeah.
And Kansas, since 2011, has been a loser of 4 touchdowns or more 51 times.
That is an insane number.
And has given up 50 or more points 32 times. That's double anyone else on this list. Colorado has been a loser of 4 touchdowns plus 36 times since 2011.
Yeah.
16 times they allowed 50 or more points. Kentucky, that's a team that's kind of commensurate with Nebraska in terms of success. 25 times they've lost by 4 or more touchdowns. 7 times they've allowed 50. Tennessee, a lot of people think that Nebraska and Tennessee, they're like, man, 2 old, proud programs falling on hard times. Now, certainly Tennessee has pulled up the nose more recently than Nebraska. But since 2011, Tennessee has lost 20 games of 4 or more touchdowns.
And
5 games of 50 or more points allowed. And then Nebraska. And again, this is just of the teams that he looked up. But since 2011, Nebraska has been beaten by 4 or more touchdowns 15 times. 8 times they have allowed a 50 burger.
Including Saturday.
And by the way, one of those times they allowed a 50 burger. Well, I guess they did lose to, what was the Wisconsin score was 70 to 31.
Yeah.
So that's 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's a 39-point loss. That's 5 touchdowns.
I was trying to think of, and this wouldn't count, but Colorado 2007.
Yeah, because they allowed 60-something, but
they
scored
65
50
to 51 or something
yeah,
dumb like that.
Yeah, so it doesn't count. That's interesting. 2011, so this is the 14th season. We're not done with 14 full seasons since 2011. So essentially they have averaged one of these a year. 1 game a year where they have lost by 4 or more touchdowns. And then every other year, essentially, they lose or they allow 50 points.
Like Iowa State. You'd think Iowa State would be higher on this list. Iowa State, 13 blowout losses. 9 times they've allowed 50 or more. But that's, the 15 by Nebraska is more. Minnesota, only 11. Auburn, 11. K-State, Iowa, 8. Wisconsin, 5. Texas A&M, 3 times. Only 3 times
That's
since 2011.
wild. You would think that they would be a lot higher than that. You would think Texas A&M and that program and all the backsliding that they have done and all the ups and downs that they have had, and yet it hasn't even happened to them that many. Because this is the secondary stat of the 50-plus points, like, I understand that number not being higher for like a Texas A&M, but the fact that they've only had 3 games where they've lost by that many touchdowns, Whereas, and because I've seen the question asked a lot this week of like, or the opinion, man, this place just really reacts so negatively to one bad game. And I will hear somebody. I will offer you like an olive branch and say, I understand you being like, stop freaking out. On the other hand, it was a 49-point loss. They did not, as CJ says, Jesus, we suck. Yes. It was just like the other Indiana chugga a lot, and they also chewed a lot.
Nice.
That's what happened over and over, and it's what's happened over and over.
I mean,
and over
Nebraska's
again.
averaging one of these a year.
One a year, and again, 50-plus point games once every other year, essentially.
And by the way, we might be adding to this number this week.
The amount of chuggas?
Yeah, definitely. I would say that it's more likely that it's more likely to lose by 4 than allow 50 points because 4 touchdowns is only 28 points. 50 points is 7 touchdowns plus another point. But yeah, I think that it's very much on the table. Very much on the table. My early lean would be that it will be on the table and it will happen. That they will lose by another 4 touchdowns at least.
What you hope is there's not 2 of them left on the schedule.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that'd be bad. Because for the rest of the year, they're going to be hanging out in a neighborhood with quote-unquote, similar type competition.
By the way, there are, outside of Ohio State, there are 3 programs remaining on the schedule who have handed Nebraska one of these types of losses in the last 2 decades. Wisconsin's done it, Iowa's done it, and USC's done it.
Not in the last... Oh, in the last 2 decades, you're right. Yeah, if you go back to 2004, then you're correct. Not 11, but yes, the USC game in 2000.
Well, the 2007 game against USC.
That's what I was. Yeah, though they didn't. No, you know what? That game, oddly enough, I think it finished 47-31. So it does not actually. It does not actually count. But the other ones, Wisconsin has and Iowa has.
Yeah,
Wisconsin has and Iowa has. Hey, before we get to content, Kyle Shanahan spoke today and was asked about Deebo Samuel.
That's right. He has the pneumonia.
They said he had pneumonia-like symptoms.
Yeah.
He indeed does have pneumonia.
Jeez.
He is out of the hospital. He got in there. This is Shanahan. He got in here yesterday, doing better than you'd expect with that stuff, and we'll see how he goes throughout the week. He was asked if there's a chance that he'll play, and he said yes. So that is the latest on Deebo.
Man. This team has no luck at all this year.
Nope.
None at all.
Yeah, imagine not seeing it coming.
That's not even a legit prediction. Oh, I think they're going to get injured more.
I said it. Yes, it is. Injury health is not static year to year. What? I said it. Sorry that I'm right again. Josh is right again.
Well, I mean, technically you were right on the Super Bowl, so this would be again. It would be plural. Congratulations. You got 2 right.
Unreal. I got more predictions.
Again, I'll say it. And I'll keep saying it.
What are you going to say?
If the Seahawks don't win the division this year, that'll be the greatest failure in that franchise's history. Even greater failure than not giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch on the 1-yard line.
This is such a bad take. You just want to yell and make fun of him more.
It's not a bad take.
They didn't hand the ball over the 1-yard line.
This division is being handed to them on a silver platter.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No.
The 49ers are 2 injured. The Rams are 2 injured. The
Cardinals won.
And the Cardinals are...
They're good. They're solid. What do you mean? They're solid.
Oh, Kyler Murray. You want to talk about injury predictions?
Fast. He's so fast.
You know Kyler Murray's due for, some
he got hurt the other night
goofy thing. Or just making a dumb play.
All I'm saying is it was worse. It was dumber for them to not hand the ball off at the 1-yard line. Or that'd be worse than not winning the division. It's just the division. They were on the doorstep of a Super Bowl. That would have been 2 in a row.
Well, that was a dumb decision. This would be an organizational failure. Or just an entire organization, the kind where you almost say you got to contract the franchise.
Wow, that far.
Yeah.
And give that stadium to the Nebraska Cornhuskers. They need a new stadium. You could take that stadium here.
Sure.
That stadium's awesome. It's loud.
Yeah, they say it's loud.
It is. I've been there. My ears hurt.
I
was like, ouch, my ears.
They pipe in the sound. They pipe it in.
Pipe in sound.
When we come back, content time.
Nick will get to open up his microphone and say words. What kind of words will he be saying this week, John? Or this day, John?
Well, speaking of injuries, injuries will be there. Trades will be there, and we're going to
Trades.
find out how Josh's mentions are doing today.
Oh, I got an answer for that.
On 1620 The Zone.
Nope.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick, what's up?
Not much. How are you doing, John?
Doing great. It's sunny. And, well, by the time I get home, it's dark.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh
Very
man,
sad.
when I get to Lincoln tomorrow, it's gonna be dark.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Josh,
Nick,
you famously described your Marcus Satterfield tweet yesterday as breaking contain. How are those menchies today?
you know, as we went into break, I was thinking I have not gotten a like or a response on that tweet in quite some time, and then I've gotten a couple during the last commercial break. It's a lot. There's a lot of people. It ended up on Barstool.
Oh,
it did end up on
gross.
Barstool.
Yeah. So some people are. High school coach, I think in Missouri, quoted it today and said, "If you average 4 yards a play, you never lose a game. You'd have 12 yards after 3." I'm like, oh my gosh. But so I've stopped engaging with it. But it's weird to have it. It's weird to have a tweet break contained sometimes. It definitely is.
It's just fascinating to hear the debates on this. Listen, I've been more of a Satterfield defender than Josh has, but come on. Know how averages work. Know how goal setting works. It was not a good look. And no, it wasn't just someone getting clipped in the media. That was the full question and the full answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing got edited. The only thing that got edited out was all the other questions about all the other subjects. But that subject contained right there in the one tweet.
Yep. Cooper Kupp is on the trade block. This could be the last time you see him in a Rams uniform. John, what's your favorite memory of the People's MVP?
It is the last drive of the Super Bowl. When Rams 4th and 1, they ran the jet sweep. Cooper got the first down. The famous no-look pass by Stafford, who was his target, Cooper Kupp. Of course, Kupp was basically the only receiver left that Stafford was throwing to because Odell got hurt earlier in the game. And then, of course, the touchdown on a play that, they practice all the frickin' time. I mean, that whole drive was the perfect end to the season for the Rams, but mostly for Cooper Kupp, who was
awesome that
year.
year.
Was the best, the first Triple Crown receiver.
Yeah.
Right? Catches and yards and touchdowns. Won all three of those categories. And I just hope wherever he ends up, A, that the Rams get a great deal, and 2, that Cooper doesn't end up on a team that I'm going to hate him for the rest of my life.
Oh, the Cowboys? Trade him to Dallas. It'll fix all the ills of the Dallas
I would
Cowboys.
be more than happy if you guys gave us a Herschel Walker haul.
We'll give you Trey Lance and a 3rd rounder. I think that's pretty good. Trey Lance is super athletic. He could catch a pass. Maybe he's the future starting quarterback.
We'll take problematic Micah because, we have a history of taking troubled players and turning around their attitudes and making them great.
Interesting.
We'll take him and a first round this year and a first round next year.
That's many first rounders that I don't
But
like.
you're getting Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, that's just one player, though.
And he, unlike CeeDee Lamb, won't cry, you're not throwing to me enough.
Throw in.
He'll be a great teammate. He'll make Dak Prescott great again.
Throw in Sean McVay, and we've got ourselves a deal.
No, you can't trade coach.
He's gonna. Yeah, you can.
No, you're not. No, we're not trading.
They've done it before.
No,
Also,
we're not trading.
He's gonna retire and be on TV anyway, so you might as well just get rid of him for some draft capital.
No,
great idea. Choo choo, chugga 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 choo choo.
Nice. Aaron Rodgers, in addition to ankle and knee injuries, is now reportedly also dealing with a hamstring injury. Is Rodgers' body going on strike because his mind still thinks he can win with the Jets?
Nice. It certainly seems like he is playing, or his body is doing what happens when you reach an age that is his current age. Tom Brady warped our brains to the point where we thought every quarterback can
anyone
do it.
can do it.
He was the outlier. Peyton Manning's arm was practically falling off by the end of his time in Denver. And while I don't see that issue with Aaron Rodgers, he's definitely slower. He's definitely less mobile. His arm isn't as good, and his body is obviously falling apart before our eyes.
He's a questionable human, too.
The one take that I will always be grateful that I made was the one that said the Packers will be better off without Rodgers than Rodgers will be with the Jets. And it has paid back in spades.
Yes, it definitely has.
Great take. Here's a new excuse for Josh's woeful Cowboys.
Oh, tell me more.
Too much fan access is hurting the team. What do we think of this?
So this was a story from ESPN where several former Cowboys were quoted, and the common theme was they give tours of the Cowboys facilities all the time. I mean, it's like a museum. I mean, Cowboy fans, they because they have a lot of them, they like to tour the facilities and
yeehaw.
And so you have people touring the team facilities while the team is, trying to get ready for games. And Tony Pollard, former running back, said this is more about football, talking about his new place. I'm in a better place mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, just all around. Kelvin Joseph, he said, over here in Kansas City, the point is football and winning championships. In Dallas, it was a lot of football and other stuff. Dante Fowler said, you got real facilities here. You might not see tourists coming around, but it keeps the main thing the main thing. And there were several quotes on this, and I guess I'd never thought about that, but I'm surprised. I'm not surprised they give a lot of tours because they are a very popular football team. But I'm surprised that they would do it like during game weeks. You would think it would be like, okay, off season, and maybe bye weeks, but you don't do it to where it's intrusive on the players and the people who work there.
Joke organization that cares more about making money than it does about winning football games.
And they make a lot of money.
They make a lot of money. I've heard many people who cover the Cowboys over the last couple of weeks saying if you could offer Jerry Jones number one in revenue and number one in all the flashy things that you want, or win a championship and 16th in revenue. And I know that that's a weird question because the second one, if they're winning, obviously they're still going to be number one in revenue. But if he was offered those two, he would take the number one in revenue. He loves being number one. He loves having the stadium. He loves the glitz and the glamour. And so that's why they do this crap, because they're more focused on making money than they are winning football games.
It's crazy.
Sad.
An E. coli breakout in McDonald's.
Let's go tour the Cowboys facility.
No, John.
I said E. coli, and it made John think of that.
Yeah, interesting.
E. coli breakout in McDonald's Quarter Pounders has led to one death and others falling ill, with most of the cases happening in Colorado and Nebraska. So who's up for a Quarter Pounder and what's for dinner?
Ugh, not great. I thought E. coli was more of a chicken disease.
No.
It's what happens when poop gets into the meat.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anybody famous lately been to McDonald's?
Salmonella, that's the chicken thing.
Salmonella. I thought it was E. coli.
No, E. coli, like Nick said, it's when the fecal matter usually
vegetables.
transmitted through fecal matter.
Yes, because that's the thing with romaine lettuce a lot, right?
So are you saying that, are you wishing that a famous person he had a quarter pound, a bad quarter pound?
No, I'm saying, haven't you seen any photo ops recently of anybody really, really famous hanging out at McDonald's?
Was working at a clearly open to everybody at McDonald's.
Yeah, have you seen any of this? I was just wondering if you have. Have you?
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting.
Maybe. But that wasn't in Colorado or Nebraska.
No, it wasn't.
Where was that? That was in one of them swing states, wasn't it? Wasn't it in Pennsylvania?
Was it? I thought it was in like Florida or something. I don't know. I just seen some of the photos. Weird week for the Golden Arches.
It is a weird week for the Golden Arches.
But you know what it's not a weird week for? What's for dinner?
Quarter pounders.
What did I have last night? I didn't know what to do. Did I end up having shells and cheese? Did I have a ham sandwich?
It was Pennsylvania, by the way.
Pennsylvania. Shout out John.
Well, I mean, anymore, if you're a presidential candidate, you're not campaigning in any other state other than Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and
Michigan. Vegas or Nevada.
Maybe, yeah.
Arizona. Yeah, and then
that's about it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost over, kids. The election's almost over. It's less than 2 weeks away.
13 days.
Just think, 2 weeks from today, we'll be celebrating the fact that somebody is saying, nope, we need to recount that state.
Can't wait, John.
It won't be over.
But the ads will be. They can't run any more ads on Vote For Me because we will have voted. Then it will be
unless they decide, yeah, we kind of screwed up. We need to do a re-election.
No, let's not do that. I don't want to run it back. Please, God, no.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It was leftover night last night, so we had the leftover chicken enchiladas, and there was a little bit of Spanish rice left. It was very good.
I love rice.
It was very good.
So, I was running out of time, so I ended up doing tendies and fries in the air fryer. Oh, I mentioned this earlier because Nick was like, "Oh, the air fryer when you're outside."
Yeah. It's dangerous.
Well, I'm going to put a baked potato in the air fryer tonight while I take Banks for a walk.
Mm.
And I'm going to have thighs because, yes, she's working.
Nice.
So, going to be a glorious night.
We had that jambalaya-ish kind of thing last
yeah,
night.
how was it?
It was very good.
Very good.
Well, what makes it jambalaya-ish?
Because it
White
had
people jambalaya.
It had like the ingredients of jambalaya, but it was more of a soup.
Gentrified enchiladas?
I don't know if it was gentrified. It was just kind of more of a soup.
Interesting.
Really?
Yeah, because she would normally do it in a skillet, but she was making a bigger batch, so she did it in a pot, and she thought leaving the juice in with the tomatoes would help.
It was good, though?
It was very good.
I like good food.
I love a good jambalaya.
I should have it tonight as leftovers, but I'm also I've got my annual craving for a meatball sub.
Your annual craving?
Yeah, it's about once a year. I just want a meatball
I'm the
sub.
weirdo for planning things, but you have an annual craving.
I mean, I'm not planning it. It just happens.
I always think meatball subs are overrated. Every time I have one, I'm so disappointed by it.
I think that's why
I love meatball subs.
I was so disappointed.
I think it was about this time last year, or maybe 2 years ago.
I'll tell you, who used to make a good meatball sub was Subway.
Used to.
That's where I used to.
I like Firehouse a lot.
Used to eat fresh, John?
Subway is pretty good.
I did. Well, that was back, when Subway was just hitting it big in this part of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And that was before, Jimmy John's and Firehouse and all the other chain,
Yeah.
It was really good back in the day.
I like a good sandwich.
Stibbs is
I do like a good sandwich.
I do like sandwiches. Stibbs has chimed in on the dumb debate that took the segment by storm today.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many chuggas before choo choo? John is a 4 chugga.
Chugga, 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 choo choo.
Nick was 8.
You guys are confused because you're
I'm
like,
8,
you got to count them in your head.
But I lean 12, honestly.
12 is too much.
Chugga, 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 choo choo.
It's too many chuggas.
Yeah.
Stibbs says 13.
What?
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Okay,
chugga,
first
chugga,
of all,
chugga,
Stibbs,
chugga, chugga,
we know
chugga,
Stibbs,
choo,
we know
choo?
Stibbs doesn't
No.
understand the concept of 13 because he's only got 10 fingers.
What?
13? Are you out of your mind?
So
God.
weird. It has to be an even number. At least we can agree on that.
I suppose he's going to pull some kind of rank of, hey, don't forget I was the musician and I know how to make notes and things. And
He's going to hate that dystopian world where music is banned.
Stibbs just made the math rock version
Stibbs,
of
we're going to
Chugga
make
Choo.
you watch our dystopian movie about no music
Time
allowed.
for podcast, Stibbs. Bye.
See ya.